good morning. Welcome to BCB Live. We're going to jump right into this morning Drive Safe, Dave, with some of those devastating floods we had in Tennessee.
Let alone just tragic. Almost 14 inches in some areas just within a 24-hour period. I was reading somewhere that they said they had as much as 9 inches in 3 hours. And there's nowhere for the water to go when it does that, especially in those rolling hills there west of Tennessee. It just channels in, funnels in, and then creates this huge river, this Mississippi running down your street. And it has killed so many people.
Over 22 people, I think, have died so far. Others missing still, including some twins, too, right? You see that with the twins swept away from their father's arms. Just devastating stuff. And it looked like a tornado went through there. I mean, when you watched it on the news, on the Weather Channel, it was hard to imagine that it was flash floods. But Drive Safe David gave us a different respect, I think, on what flash floods really can do.
I think we forget that water weighs so much, and it's a little over 8 pounds per gallon in a cubic feet. Just a cubic foot of water is over 56 pounds. And anytime that's moving in any direction and it hits you, there's no stopping it. It's a force unrelenting, and it knocks down, pushes, and kills. And I think right now they're saying that they have well over many people still missing, I think in the 20s and 30s. It's a fluctuating number because people's names are getting posted and the people are checking in. But they do believe that they still have about 25 people still missing. And and unfortunately, even the emergency services yesterday think that it's going into recovery efforts now and not a survival mode and saving people.
Yeah, just so lots of prayers going out to the folks up there in that Tennessee area. Over 50 soldiers deployed there, National Guard as well. Blackhawks, Humvees, they're all out there right now doing what they can to try to find some of the missing folks. Hey, but listen, we know that you all out there probably have family, friends, somebody out there. Lots of prayers going out for them. As a matter of fact, Drive Safe, let's hop into a quick prayer for those folks in Tennessee. Our dear Father, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for all that you are. Man, we see the power that you have and the power that comes down, and we don't understand it sometimes, why this has to happen, why it happens. And Lord, we just ask you right now to be with those families in Tennessee, to be with those that are hurt and that have lost their homes, lost their family, lost friends. Lord, watch over them, give them that strength, give them that comfort. And then right now, Lord, I ask that we as a country do our part to make sure that we help them out, that we step up to the plate and do what we are supposed to do as a country to help out. Lord, allow us to have that ability to love one another. We know that's what you ask. It's in your son's name we pray. Amen. Drive Safe, Dave. We also had a little hurricane, or was it an actual hurricane? Did they downgrade that when it hit landfall?
It downgraded when it made landfall, but it did make hurricane status right before. But once the wind hit the ground, it created a little bit of friction. I do know that they're still talking. They're going to be talking about flash floods today. They're talking about an incredible amount of rain that's coming in, and it is slowing down, which means it's going to create flash floods, and we need to be very aware of what's going on in that area. I think the president has always already issued that area as a what is it called?
Well, Buckle Up Bob will have that answer here shortly as that's why Buckle Up Bob, let's face it, that's why Buckle Up Bob is the weatherman. You know what? We can't step up and do what he does, so let's just skip off that. Hey, listen, if you're up there in that Northeast, let's make sure that we're aware and we respect the flash floods. Keep your phones on, check your weather out. Just because it's fine where you are, where are you going? Look at that. Take your time to make sure we see that part. Drive Safe, Dave, and other news. Did you see that we're having a down south, speaking of a little bit of water in Houston, the Port of Houston just got a big expansion approved.
United States Corps of Engineers is going to increase that channel, going to open it up and make it wider and basically make it more accessible to import down there in the Port of Houston. So we're looking at a little dredge action fixing to go on down there, down in the Port of Houston.
So it's going to start this year. They say to expect it to be done by 2025. It's a $1.1 billion expansion that's said to increase revenue. I should say the economic impact. Let me change that up. There's a difference between revenue and economic impact. Economic impact is what you use to get some free money. Revenue is one other thing. But the economic impact expected to be $200 billion a year. And so economic impact, let's just talk a little bit about that. That's saying this is now people are going to stay in hotels, and that's when they start. Now they're going to build more houses, and we're going to do all this. This is the restaurants are going to be busy. But let's face it, if the restaurants don't get people back in there working, it's not going to happen.
Still bad service.
It is, So we went to, hey, big shout out as well. Big Blue and Cynthia, send them an email, brian.brzezowski@bcbtransport.com. A buddy of ours, owner of BCB Transport, him and his wife, Cynthia, celebrated 23 years of marriage.
All right. That's awesome.
That's a long time.
That is a long time.
That's a long time. Man, they're, 44, 45, still pups.
They're
got married
young.
when they were 12.
Yeah, they're very young. They're gonna be a record breaker one day. They'll be one of those record breakers. But I'll tell you that the 1.1 billion, and you talk about an economic impact. That's really the region, what they get, the money, the residuals that they get from all that money coming in. I'll tell you what, the hot dog vendors. I'm thinking they're going. Those guys at the Home Depot and the Lowe's. Those guys are going to score big because those guys. Usually,
all right, so I'm not a big hot dog eater. I'll be honest with you. But when you go to Home Depot,
the brat,
there's something about that you smell it out there. You're like, oh my God, give me one and load it up with onions.
It's magical. And it's a magic place.
For a little while, I was scared that they had just disappeared. I was on the hunt for a Home Depot hot dog for a few months there, and they're out there, but it's hard to find. It's hard to find
now. They take credit cards. They do it all. They'll swipe it now, and you go in and get you the brat. And I'm like my wife. She's to the point where she says, "I know you can. We get it on the way out. You don't need to walk around."
Well, you got to get on the way out. You have to get it on the way out.
I'm almost to that point where I'm ready to get it on the way in because I'm going to walk around the store.
But you know what? So you talk about those. It goes into that grocery store right now.
Right.
We look at some of the groceries right now. Again, if you go to Rouse, I think it's Rouse out in Louisiana, a large supermarket chain, over 60, they're saying that they are struggling to keep over 40% of their orders that they bring in. They're only getting like 40% of them in. They can't keep the stock shelved. They can't keep, it's hard to keep the shelf stocked. How about that? Use the right words. We can't do it. We're struggling across the country on that. Last night, we go to grab some lunch meat. And again, it was just like a quarter of a pound of ham or something like that. And I'm just going to tell you, it's for my daughter. Just get it from there. Get the Oscar Mayer if it's out there. She doesn't need the boar's head. But we get in line, and it took like 20 or 30 minutes. There's just not a lot of people working today.
Yeah, and I think it's in every industry, right? It's not just the grocery. It's not the restaurants. It's all across the board. I think it hasn't fully. We haven't fully gotten to where we need to be to not only. Especially in the service industries. I think we're really hurting in the service industry.
Well, the supply chain in general, though, is just really jacked up right now. When you look at that, every month there's a new record. When we talk about 20-foot equivalents, we're talking a little bit of the drayage right now. We talk about the Port of Houston expanding, right? Yep. Expanding, all these people expanding. But let's face it, these rails, the intermodal, the ship, the drayman, everything's at an all-time high. The 20-foot equivalent, so that's a box, a 20-foot trailer going on a ship coming over here. It's going to set another record in August that was just set in May.
Yeah.
It's 17% year-over-year increase coming in on these container ships right now.
And we still don't have enough.
You don't have enough. And we were looking at, there's another article that talked about how long it takes to make a container.
Almost
right? They made, listen to this. This was unbelievable. They made 3.368 the first half of the year.
Million. That's
sorry. 3.368 million.
Yeah.
I think the bigger question is this. What can you do to build a ship? You know what? What are you going to put the containers on? These ships hold on top. The most of them can carry 25,000 containers. It's a lot.
That's a lot.
But you can keep making them, but where are they going? And Drive Safe Dave,
you know where they're going, right?
Let's face it.
You know where they're going.
We can make these things, but where are the 53-foot trailers at?
Yeah, but you know where they're going, right? They're going off the Port of LA and parking, and they can't even get in the port. They're spending a month out there waiting just to check in. I mean, it's the whole thing is locked up, and everywhere you go and every way you do it. It's not like It's not like the supply chain is broken. It's just stressed. It's
I believe it's broken.
Oh,
I mean, think about that. It's broken. You can say stress, but isn't that the same thing as broken? When these ships are coming in, they're getting parked, and let's look at this now. You can make all the containers you want to as well, but where are the chassis at? Yeah. Hey, you know what? How about this? Hey, where are the trucks that are going to pull them? Yeah. Where are they at?
Yeah. Oh, I know.
They're not here. It is a broken mess right now. It's not stress, Drive Safe Dave. I don't think. Where are the trucks at? You order a truck now, you're not going to get it till the middle of next year.
Or the driver.
There's no parts. It is not stress. It is broken right now. It's jacked up mess right now in this industry, and we've got to continue to fight through it. Drive Safe, one thing we've got to do is make sure that the drivers that are running, right, the drivers that are running, we got to make sure that we're staying healthy too. COVID continues to make a statement, right? A lot of young kids are getting affected, but it's out there. It's real.
Yeah, it's vastly hitting those that are not vaccinated. So and we didn't vaccinate the young right away, and I believe that's what's going through, and it's attacking a lot of the young people. And we all know that young people believe themselves to be indestructible. I thought at 18 I was pretty indestructible, and you're not. I mean, it will affect you, or it will affect someone that's close to you, because you'll get it. You may not have any symptoms, but you can give it. And we've just got to be really careful how we treat this disease and what we continue to do. What we've done so well, I think everybody in this industry has done a good job of being and doing and what they needed to do to be safe, but we've got to continue to do it. This is not your time to let your guard down. This is the time to continue to wear a mask. This is the time to continue to wash your hands.
Yeah, don't get lax out there. You know, when you're out there on the road, you can't get lax. You have to continue, and we'll say it like we said it last year. Wash the hands, 20 seconds, hot water. Wash. Wear gloves if you can. Wear that mask when you go inside. Do your part to make sure, Drive Safe Dave, that we keep this contained.
Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do, and I still think our country still has a lot of work to do to get this under control. I don't think we're through this. I think we're in another huge wave. There's still people sick. There's still people dying. We still have a lot to do, but it takes every single one of us to do a small part.
We got to make sure that we're doing our part. Listen, we need to make sure that we are focused on and Drive Safe. It's easy. It's just like a distraction, right? You can forget to wash your hands. You forget to put your mask on. These things happen because you get out of your truck and you go and you get the fuel, and you just don't think about who else has been on that, how many hands have touched it. And the odds are that somebody that touched it probably was exposed.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, I can attest to it. It does happen. You stop. You got to go to the bathroom. I mean, you're in a hurry. There are times when you got to make a run for it, and you got to do what you got to do. And there are times when you go in and you're at the fuel aisle, and you know what? I'm going to go in and get me a hot dog real quick. And when you do that kind of stuff, you got to make sure you wear your mask. You got to make sure that when you walk into the fuel, just even at the fuel desk, not even in the store, even at the fuel desk, make sure that you wear a mask. Make sure that you get what you've done and what you touch. Be careful of what you touch.
Hey, so how'd the weekend go? Did you touch anything you shouldn't touch? I know you had a wedding coming up on. Were you out just throwing stuff all over the house this weekend? Was it calm at the Drive Safe Dave house?
It was chaos. The kids finally got moved.
I thought they moved out.
They did, but okay, so they emptied bedrooms, right? So they took 2 complete bedrooms out of my house, and I have 5 families coming into my house this week that'll be here on Thursday. Wow. So I took apart and assembled bedroom sets inside the house, brought in beds, set them all up, did everything that my wife wanted me to do this weekend. In fact, I told her last night at 7:30, I'm done. I'm out. I'm toasted. I was exhausted, and I was on tools. I was running a screwdriver. I was running it all. Got it all, carrying king-size mattresses. I'm just telling y'all, those are a beating. But king-size mattresses.
You carried a king-size mattress on your own?
No. I couldn't.
Okay,
I absolutely couldn't. I had one other on, but it doesn't matter. My half sucked. I don't know what y'all are talking about. My half sucked. I don't know whoever was hauling the other side of it. I don't care what their side was going, but my half was horrible. And have y'all tried I will suggest the bed in a box. Have you tried those? Have you tried those yet?
I'm not. No.
No, they're actually not too bad. You open them. I opened them up on Friday. Let them air out in the pool house on Friday, and they just came from
Pool houses. Let me tell you something. If you ever wondered if this guy came from money, he grew up on the silver spoon side. The fact that you have a pool house and that you talk about it, it just says that, you know what, we can't compare with Drive Safe Dave. Only child, spoiled pool house. You know, we watched the butler carry in those mattresses, and dadgummit, they weren't moving quick enough. I had to go in there and help.
No. So they start out in this little bitty box, and you open them up, you cut them open, and you lay them, and then they just swell. It's like have you ever had an MRE? Have you ever eaten one of those?
I have not. I've seen them though.
And you pour a little water, and then the meat swells up to like this big. Well, that's what happened to this mattress. They swell up, and then they get air on them, and they create this. But they're still very heavy. So I mean, I'm just saying it's a crazy weekend. You know what? And it's not gonna get any better, right?
No,
for a couple of days.
You're 5 days away from a wedding.
Correct.
Congratulations to you. We
Excited.
can't wait to hear about this. Hey, producer, let's hop to a commercial and talk a little bit about distraction.
I was out on the highway, just loving my job, feeling blessed with the presence of Buckle Up Bob. After this run, I'll get home to the ones that I love. Drive Safe Dave, he's got the passion to get the job done. Spreading the news and sharing their views, solid as brick. Here comes Sir Rick. You've been safety struck. Oh yeah. Thank you, sir.
You've been safety struck.
Don't lean in too much. I bet you're gonna lean in. There's a hug moment.
All right, I'm just going to say again, Music Man Mike, he went a little extra on that. I mean, you saw that last.
Greatness, though. Look, I got to give it to him. It's absolute greatness. I'm not detracting from his ability.
No. I've had many compliments. I've had a lot of people call and say, who is that guy? Haven't I seen him on Unplugged? Haven't I?
That wasn't Unplugged. That wasn't MTV. That wasn't a cutaway.
It was a safety struck takeaway. You're absolutely right. Hey, Drive Safe Dave, distracted driving. Before we talk a little bit about that, where are we at with our streaks for BCB Live?
97 days, 3 days away, and we're 4 days of Get Out and Look. So we're 97 days. We're fast approaching 100 days, sir.
And that's 97 days of a lot of trucks out there running. Yeah, I can't tell you, but we're probably pushing 700,000 miles a week of safe driving out there in the BCB Lives. A lot of folks out there focused on safety. And at the end of the day, Drive Safe, that's what we're here for, to help you, to help support you, and to help encourage you to stay safe out there on the highway. It's what y'all do, and for 97 days, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's a good number.
Well, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna? Let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do. We will hit 100, and we are gonna rock it out in here.
Okay, I'm good with that. I've already got my rock. What are we gonna do?
We're gonna rock it out. I tell you, we've already got a surprise out there for us. Did you see my surprise? Pretty big, pretty impressive. We got a rocker, an old school rocker, gonna start it off on the day 100, which is what, Thursday?
Yes.
Thursday, thankful Thursday. You know what? It's meant to be.
Magic.
It is meant to be. Thankful Thursday. We're gonna rock it out for you. Let's do a concert in here. Let's do something nuts. I'm telling you, we're gonna go crazy. You know what? I want shirts off in the front row.
Whoa!
I'm telling you, I want people on shoulders.
Okay.
You know, I want the whole thing.
We're going to hose them down in the crowd. Fire hoses out and hosing them down in the crowd.
Hey, but listen, that would be one heck of a distraction. And we want to continue to talk about distractions. And also, we also want to make sure that, we talk about some of the warning signs, Drive Safe Dave, when they're out there driving today, when you're distracted. And distractions can happen just from just doing your normal job, and you're not focused on what you see up there to the right or right up on top that says flash flood possible. We've got to, I tell you, we've learned one thing is that we better take those serious. We get the warnings on our phones all the time. And I mean, here in Mansfield, Colleyville area, we get them constantly when it rains. And Drive Safe, I just don't take it all the way serious like I guess I should.
Yeah, because it's not a normal event, and they have what they call in those flash flood moments, and in those flood moments they have 20-year floods, 60-year floods, 100-year floods. They have these special events created so that they can designate the type, and we don't. When was the last 100-year flood? Do you remember that?
No idea.
1991 in this area. So you've got to make sure that when you see it, you hear that. But you know what? It could happen at any time. These things can create at any moment, and those moments are so dangerous, and you've got to be wary of them. And you know what? You don't know where they're going on in that area. And what you do wherever you drive, you listen to Buckle Up Bob, you listen to what he's telling you, and you make sure that you understand the weather, because the weather affects everything that you do. That weather makes a difference out there on the road. How you drive, what the decisions you make, when you're going to drive, how you're going to do it, how fast you go, how slow you go, what special conditions you're going to do to the vehicle. Everything about the weather is very, very important to you out there on the road and knowing what's happening.
And I do think this, as we talk about these flash floods, as we talk about some of the signs that we can get distracted on, right, Drive Safe, because we're listening to the Sirius radio, so we're not catching the local news when we're driving these vehicles, and it can create kind of a distraction. We've got to be aware of what's going on. Yeah, we've got to be aware of the surroundings. What we see up ahead, and we see storms, or we know we're going into a place. Use some of your new weather.com, windy.com. When you wake up, know where you're going to. Be prepared for that and drive safe. When we're out there on the road and there's a tornado, and we've talked about this. I mean, we got to react. Hopefully, we can react before we get there, right? Before we get to that storm. But when things happen, we got to know what to do as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the problem with tornadoes is they're so very unpredictable. I mean, we can have tornado danger, we can have a tornado warning, but when it actually touches the ground, there is no predictability at all in what a tornado will do and what it can do and where it's going to go and how fast it's going to travel. So you've just got to be in today's technology, we have the opportunity to understand and hear and know what's going on with the phone apps that we have and knowing what's going on out there.
And you can't put it just on the BCB Live, right? The Weather Channel, AccuWeather. You've got technology to know what you're going into. You've got to use your technology to make yourself a safer driver. And I mean that by you are truly protecting life if you're avoiding going into some of these storms. BCB Live, hey, listen, we are the safest station in the nation, no doubt about it. When these storms happen, we're going to be there as well to give you, the trucker, some real advice and to make sure that you're seeing what's going on across the country. But listen, don't rely just on us, please. And I know you're probably saying, well, heck, we've learned as truck drivers to not really count on anybody on the transportation. We do it ourselves anyway, right? We know that if there's one person we can count on, it's ourselves. Yes, you absolutely can. And we want to make sure that you are concentrating, that you are counting on yourself and using that technology. And if you don't have those apps downloaded, download you a good weather app so you know what's going on.
Yeah, the AccuWeather and the windy.com, they're all free. You can get the free version. You can get the version that best suits you. You know what? I would say try a bunch of them out. I would say find the ones and play with them and kind of get to know the radars and go into them and spend some time just kind of getting to know how the app to work so that when you need to use it, you know how to use the functionality of it very well. I mean, these things are so advanced now on the phones and on your iPad, on your pads and on your tablets and on even on your personal computers. They do so much, these new weather stations and these new apps. They'll give you the opportunity to be successful out there.
Yes, they will. So make sure you use them and drive safe, Dave. Here we go. So backing. Our goal's at what day right now? 4 days.
Yes, sir.
Again, we want to make sure that we're doing all we can to get out and look. And I tell you, we talked about a little bit about this Sunday. And for those of you that were here on Sunday, we talked about the intentionality of getting out and looking. And Drive Safe, Dave, there's just no reason why we shouldn't ever get out and look. Until the technology is there for us to see all the time what's behind us, what we're backing into, we don't have a choice but to get out and look, because if you don't do that, let's face it, you're taking a chance on killing somebody. You're taking a chance on running into something. You're taking a chance on bad things happening. And what we want to do is own our thing, own the technology, own what our own personal interest in safety that says, I've got to just get out and look. It's that critical. The fact that we keep starting over, right? As a group on BCB Live, we keep starting over. We're back to 4, 5, 6, whatever that number is. Why aren't we at 100? Because at the end of the day, Drive Safe, every time we broken the streak, we didn't get out and look.
Absolutely.
And I'm saying it's that critical, is that only you can do this. That's not I'm going to blame it on the dispatcher. That's not the dispatcher that gave you a crappy dispatch. That happens, right? But when you don't get out and look, that is in your control. And listen, you've got to want it, the passion that says, I'm going to do it. And we compare that to putting on your seatbelt. I mean, it's second nature to put your seatbelt. When you get in your car, you put your seatbelt. It's what you do because you know it saves lives. And you've got to get to that point that says, I'm gonna get out and look every time because it saves lives. It saves damage. It saves all of this thing. It saves. You don't have a choice but to put that seatbelt on, but to get out and look.
Yeah, there's so many things that go along with that, and you know what? If you're gonna back up, are you putting the hazards on? Are you honking to make sure everybody knows what's going on? And if you're doing those things, I guarantee you're getting out and looking. You've got to make sure you do the whole 9 yards. You want to make sure everything that you do about backing has its own routine, has its own thing that you're doing, and making sure that you're doing it every time. And that before you set that truck in reverse, you make sure that you're doing what it is you're doing. You are putting it in. You are putting the hazards on. You're walking back there. You're taking a look. And you're making sure that every single thing that you do out there is looking back there every single time. Walking back there, your hazards are blinking, your lights are going, you're taking it, and then before you back up, you blow the horn and let people know what your intentionality is.
Well, there's a purpose to it, Drive Safe. And again, am I right in comparing it to putting the seatbelt on?
Absolutely.
There's no difference, right?
No.
You put the seatbelt on because it saves lives, and dadgummit, man, boy, does it just hurt me when we lose our big streaks because we didn't put our seatbelt on.
Yeah,
it doesn't make it. Why didn't you click it?
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly like putting your seatbelt on. We don't want you to put your seatbelt on only because it's the law, or do we put it on because we think you're going to get in an accident? We want you to put your seatbelt on because it saves lives. That's why we want you to put your seatbelt on. Not only is it the law, but it, in fact, saves lives every time. And if that saves lives every time, getting out and looking saves lives every time. So why would it be any different? Why would you do it any different?
Speaking of saving lives every time, it is that time for the phrase that pays. And we know when you listen to these and you write them down, and if you get your name called on Friday and you win, you have that interest in your heart to save lives. Drive Safe Dave, can you preach them to them right now? Can you give them the holy word from Drive Safe Dave on safety today?
If you are not aware, you cannot prepare.
All right, I need you to say it to me like a preacher. Come on now.
If you are not aware, you cannot prepare.
No, I needed another one. Come on, preach it to me, Drive Safe.
If you are not aware, you cannot prepare.
Amen. There you go. Thank you, Drive Safe.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It is Buckle Up Bob and
Double Check Dale. We're just going to stick with
Dale.
that one. Hey, good Monday morning. Welcome to the new week. Safety keeps going. Safety never rests.
And we're going to continue with our theme for the last couple of weeks. We've been working on the brakes, and we did brakes and tires. And so we're just going to kind of go back and refresh. Hey, what are our CSA scores? What do they mean? What goes into them? Just give everybody a little bit of a refresher on some of the definitions. And so, of course, we're going to start with what we've been focusing on. It is Brake Safety Week, and, started yesterday, but, again, probably over the weekend. We are currently we are at a 61% in the 80% threshold. So what does that mean? That means if we get to 80, we're on the watch list for DOT. They can come in, they can demand this company to do more things. So those of you that are complaining about getting trailers inspected, getting your trucks inspected quarterly, if we don't get this number under control and get it down where it's not even close, they can come in and tell you that you're going to do it every month. So just you got to realize that this is real. This isn't something you can just blow off. So we've got to do what we can do. So just to kind of give you an update on some of our trends, in July we had 6 clean inspections, 2 bad, that had 3 violations for a total of 15 points. Pretty decent month. August, not so good. 4 clean inspections that would count towards our vehicle maintenance. We had 3 more clean driver only. But we had 2, each one had a out of service and a tire. And so that tire, in all likelihood, we don't have the points yet because it was August, but probably going to be 30 points each. So you can just bet on that, that 4 clean does not make up the 2 bad for 60 points. So we'll know for sure, but this is why you have to check tires. There's absolutely 0 reason to have a tire violation. Many of the drivers have talked about, every time you stop, you should walk around and check your tires. Make sure something hasn't happened. It is easy to grab something on the debris, but you can't use it as an excuse. If you care about safety, if you care about protecting your life, if you truly care about protecting other lives, then you're going to check them tires every time you stop. You've given plenty of opportunities, right? If you go to a customer, check the tires. I've seen some of these customer lots, where there's debris around them. So you could pick up something on a customer's lot. So, hey, check, and check. Go around, take that extra 60 seconds, and look at your tires 4, 5, 6 times a day, if need be. We are at the 97 days, so 3 days away from the 100, as you heard Sir Rick and Drive Safe say, and we are at 4. We are 3 days away from making 1 week, 1 day at a time. But get out and look. How hard is it to truly get out and look? It has to be, that's just a hard issue, right? There's a reason you don't get out and look. There's a reason you back up on the middle of a highway for no reason, right? If somebody else can't make a turn, you don't move the truck backwards unless you got out and look and somebody's guiding you that the situation is safe. Otherwise, it's up to that driver. He's making the turn. If he can't make it, then he needs to wait until you get out of the way. But don't back up, because at the end of the day, you're the one that has the accident, not him. Because, it's almost like a game of chicken, right? Hey, who's going to move first? Well, the one that moves first is the only one taking the risk. And so that's what you got to realize. Just, hey, you were there, stay put. Yep. If you're in the safe zone and where you're supposed to be, stay put. If you're not, maybe you overshot the intersection a little bit, right? And you feel like you're in the wrong, but then you got to get out and look. You got to get somebody to help you and make sure there's nothing behind you. You don't just put it in reverse and say, oh, they'll move. Or, hey, I didn't think anybody was back there. Your thought process can never be, I didn't think.
Or I didn't see him because they pulled up so close behind me that he's out of my mirror. Yeah. So,
I mean, when you start thoughting up where I thought, well, then that's your red flag that you didn't do your process right. You weren't the safest out there, because it has to be, I know. Hey, I got out and looked twice. I know there was nobody back there. I got this guy. I got out twice and looked. I got this guy to help guide me and stay back there so nobody came up on me, right? Because I know. It wasn't, hey, I thought I was good. I thought I could make it. I thought. If the process starts off with I thought, then you're not doing the safest option you have. That's really all that matters. It has to be I know there's nothing going to happen. That's really what we got to get to, and we can. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back with a little bit of weather. Hey, good. Welcome back, everybody. Hey, we know we had a lot of storm situations going over, and Henri did take a turn for the worse, right? Sent out a message, I think it was Saturday, but he decided to come inland up north instead of going back out into the ocean. And so, again, we got some flooding. Right now, he's kind of sitting right there in that northern New Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania. It is expected to go out this way. Let's see, maybe it'll even show that. Let's see, there he is. So he's up in southern New York, southeastern New York. Yeah, and he's supposed to kind of take a turn through Massachusetts. So Rhode Island, Connecticut, all of them could see, and the southern parts of Vermont, New Hampshire, could see some rain and some heavy flooding. Looked at the Weather Channel this morning. They're talking about an additional inch of rain. So not sure, what they're going to get, but again, possibly of an inch. There are some tornado threats, watches as well. So you got to be on the lookout for that for our New England fleet up there. And again, hey, make sure, I know our New England fleet gets on this show quite a bit regularly. Make sure we're looking at our tires. I think we had one of the ones in August wasn't out of service up there for a tire issue. So folks, focus on that as well. But today, watch your weather, slow down, right? We have to slow down. I don't care what the speed limit is. I know it's a lot of traffic up there in the New England states, but you just got to slow down and slow everybody down around you in doing so. Yes, they're going to pass you, but you know what? If you're doing 50 because of the rain, they're going to pass you at a slower speed in most cases because they're going to have to check up a little bit before they go around you because you're slowing the traffic pattern. We do have a little bit of wind expected today as well. You can kind of see it starts to kick up. It comes into northern Wyoming around noon, and it's going to get in this western area. You're going to see a lot of wind, and then it starts to die down around the 8 o'clock hour. It kind of shrinks a little bit, and then we get into 9, and you can see it really goes. So somewhere in that 8 to 9 area, it starts to die down with just little pockets, like I said, you can see in Nebraska and that areas. Our rain throughout the week. Not supposed to do much, I don't think. We get a little bit from once Henri gets out of there. Tomorrow morning, you can see Minnesota, North Dakota, maybe a little bit here in the panhandle of Florida, and maybe New Orleans might see a shower or two, but the strong storms are going to be up north. And then tomorrow, as the day goes, we get a little rain chances on that southeastern seaboard, and again, the Chicago area, but nothing expected at this time to be in the severe category. Our wind gusts also, not so much wind tomorrow, so you can see nothing like today. So today we're going to see a little bit of some upper 30-mile-an-hour gusts probable out here in the Wyoming, Nevada, Utah area. Let's see what all that was. There you go. So mainly up in Wyoming, but you can see the Rockies going to see in the 30s in that, and then up in the Flagstaff area as well. Kansas, Oklahoma, low 30-mile-an-hour gusts. So we just got to slow down about 10 miles an hour and watch the winds in your area. Our temperatures forecasted 95 in Dallas, so we got some 99 in Kansas. So you can see the heat's right in the center part of the country. Going to be really hot as today develops. Currently on the mild side in the 70s in most areas. And again, as we heat up the day, we're looking at 98 in Vegas. I don't see any triple digits. Pedras Negras, 99 degrees. But it looks like we're just going to be in that upper 90s. And then tomorrow, a little bit of the same. A little bit of cooler weather creeps in. Just as a quick reminder, September 1st, we got that coming up in 8 days? You're required to have chains with you on the trucks when you go on that I-70 pass out of Denver through the mountain passes. So, again, that starts September 1st through May 31st. It's just required to carry them. The rest of the state is not so bad, or you're not required to do it. You know, of course, in the winter weather, they can change that, right? So you just got to pay attention to signs as we move in, and we'll continue to keep you updated more on that. But, folks, I just want to really encourage you. That's all we got in the weather, but just keep looking at your tires and your brakes. Let's get them checked, and we'll be right back.
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Let's take a look at some videos, see what we have going on this morning. Here's an interesting video. You know, I don't know if this driver's got his bright lights on or not. You know, it's about 12:30 in the morning. This car comes over behind them, in front of us, and then brake checks him. So again, I don't know if the bright lights are on. This driver did a nice job of slowing down as he recognized the driver in front of him was changing lanes. So just always be aware, situational awareness, time it. Bob, take a one.
Yeah. You know, if it is a light issue, hey, we talk all the time about courteous. So if this driver has got their brights on, you know, if you're a driver out there and you're driving down the highway, you're in the middle lane, you're in the safe lane, you know, but make sure, and again, don't know why this guy got upset, but it's just a dumb thing to do. The only thing I could think of, there was plenty of space, is probably the light issue there, potentially, because it does look, in this case, the way that's illuminated, I would say the brights are on. So maybe the driver forgot. I've done that before, don't get me wrong. You know, it's a dark area, and then I can't really see for whatever reason, so I turn my brights on, and then you just forget about them, and then you come on, and it could be you come off of a side, not here, it's an interstate, but you come off of a side road or whatever, and then you get on a major highway, and it's like where there's more traffic. So just be mindful of it.
Yeah, here's something where, you know, vehicle in the center lane looks like it's got something dragging, not real sure. We'll see a bunch of sparks here and there. And so as a driver, you need to make sure you're backing off, because if there's sparks, you know, there's something dragging, something bigger could break loose, a problem. And so you want to be aware of what's going on around you. Driver does a nice job of backing off here. But again, when we see that many sparks, you know, chances are something's going to break or something's going wrong there.
Yeah, I'd even like to see more, because you can still see the sparks reaching us. So yeah, maybe a little bit more, but good job.
Yep. Here's a nice one. You know, we're doing a great job of staying back, keeping that space in front of us, owning that space. And so when people cut over or change lanes, we've got plenty of room to get by them without crowding them or without coming up on them. You know, one thing I'll make a point of here is, you know, anytime you're going past another lane with slower vehicles like that are coming up to a stop or off ramp or something like that, you know, the chances of them jumping back out into the lane of traffic are always there. So that's, you know, your situational awareness. We always want to be aware of that. We always want to be thinking, you know, is one of these cars going to jump out in front of us?
Yeah, statistics say 1 out of 5 will. Doesn't mean 1 out of every 5 actually does, but maybe 2 in a row, right? That makes it that 1 out of every 5. So you just got to realize that somebody's going to jump out, so you still got to go slow even though your lane is open.
You know, this is a great video here. I like this one. A driver does a nice job. Again, we got plenty of space from the vehicle in front of us, and the vehicle actually decides to make a turn, but we're slowing down. We know we have a stale green light here. We're slowing down anyway. Get up to the green light, and it stays green, and we go on through. Easy peasy, you know, no problems. Just a really nice example. Speed, space management, and being aware of your surrounding situational awareness. You know, green light, stale green light.
Yeah, this driver did a great job. This driver, you know, again, obviously knows that intersections are the dangerous place in the roadway. And so this driver, again, has plenty of space, slowing down, goes through the intersection at a great speed. This driver clearly is protecting life, including their own.
You know, and then again, the flip side of it, I hate having to show these, but, you know, you come across them, you have to put them up and see what we can learn from them. And we know there's a stop sign coming up. We get up to it and we just we do roll right through that at about 10 miles an hour. You know, it may only be a three-way stop, but it is an all-way stop. We didn't stop. We broke the law there. We did something that's very unsafe. We did not protect lives, ours included. Drivers, it is so important. These stop signs, intersections are the most dangerous place. And when we go through a stop sign like this, we just make it more dangerous. And again, here we go with the stoplight, just the same thing. You know, we had our speed was manageable. We were slowing down for it. The tail light turns yellow. We decide not to stop. You know, it's that decision process. It's, you know, are we in a hurry to get someplace? It's not worth it, folks. If you're going to be late, call your DM, call somebody, say, hey, I'm going to be late. Don't try making time up by making bad decisions and going through a yellow, red light like this. You know, we want you to get home. We want all drivers to get home at the end of the week, at the end of their run safely. And when we make decisions like this, we're putting that at risk. We're putting other lives at risk. We're putting ourselves at risk. We don't need to be doing that.
Yeah. So yeah, everybody remember, drivers control the lane. You know, control that little piece of real estate in front of you, and in doing so, you will control what's behind you as well. So does anybody got any comments on this Monday morning on our vehicle maintenance scores? Maybe some best practices you are using when you're checking these tires. You know, ways to keep our score coming down and our streaks going up.
We don't have anybody yet, but I would really like to hear, because it is Brake Safety Week. So I not only would I like to hear about what you guys think we can be doing to better check our brakes, but maybe also we see a lot of rolling through stop signs and things, and if you don't check your brakes, you could roll these unintentionally sometimes. You know, you could just blow through these, and I think that that's important to remember as well, is not only is it unsafe for the highways, but it's also unsafe in these back roads as well. We got Leslie Warner here for us. What do you got for us?
Hey, Leslie, what you got for us this morning, ma'am? Miss Leslie? All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are.
Okay. Hey, woo, I got a mic. Hey, I'm just wondering, you know, we picked up a trailer last week off the yard, and the brakes were, you know, kind of right there at the line. And we stopped at 4 different truck stops trying to get somebody to look at them and, you know, give us their opinion on them. And, you know, we were clear out in Silver Springs, but we finally got somebody who could look at them. And then it was an all-day affair. But I'm wondering, is there not some way we can get somebody out at the yard, you know, maybe to come through every once in a while and check out the trailers that are sitting there?
Yes. You know, we're trying to come up with a way to do that. You know, you got to have a truck to hook to them to do a lot of the checks. You can get under their measurement, but you still got to have that truck to apply the air, measure the stroke, and all that. You know, I'm also thinking that maybe we need to start having them inspected a little more often, you know, and not necessarily a full-out inspection, but, you know, we do our PMs on our trucks every 3 months. Maybe we need to start doing that with the trailer equipment as well, Leslie. But you're right. We have to do something to help assist our drivers out there. And kudos to you for doing the right thing. I'm sorry that you lost.
Well, yeah, because we've spent a lot of time in shops lately with trailers, and I'm just kind of wondering if, you know, it's kind of crazy. It's a lot of time and a lot of money, and you know.
Yeah, you know, and as a company, we have to realize too that we lose that productivity as well. So, you know, when our drivers aren't productive, we're not productive. So it's not a one or the other. You know, the time we spent getting these trailers maybe PM'd a little bit more often is going to be offset by the fact that we keep our drivers moving more. And so you're 100% right. Sir Rick and I have talked about that, and you know, it's my job. I got to take ownership of this, and I'm the accountable one. So to get everybody involved and to find a way, whatever we got to do to help our drivers out. But you're right. Can I ask, what was the brake issue eventually that they did have to do?
Well, it needed new brakes, and then as they were looking at it, they found a U-bolt that was damaged, and it looked like somebody had tried to work on it before, and then it was one of the trailers that had the single wides on it, and I don't know if that played into it at all. But, you know, the U-bolt holds the, kind of holds the whole axle together to the trailer and all that, but it was damaged. They couldn't find it. Then they couldn't order it till the next day. And then it was just one thing after another. It was a damaged rim. It was yada yada yada. And then the week before, or 2 weeks before that, and we had a leaky seal, and I mean, it's just been one thing after another with trailers, and I'm like,
Now,
so.
And again, I'm going to back and follow up on this, Leslie, for you, but I need to have all my information. Did you send the macro 39 code and take pictures?
We sent pictures from the
wheel seal.
From the Loves, we did. Yeah, the wheel seal. That was a deal we picked up at Ashley. That was a few weeks ago. I mean, they took care of that, and we took care of the one at the Loves. They did pull us off that load, but that was one that was actually sunk in the mud the other day. We had to have a wrecker come lift it up so we could get under it. So, and the brakes were just barely over the legal line. Right. So with it being brake safety week, we wanted somebody to either certify that they were good to go, or to change them out. You know what I mean?
Yes. Hey, great job. So, really appreciate that.
We just didn't want to be the ones to get a bad brake inspection.
Love it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. I wish everybody cared like that, and the blows on the show do. So, hey, really appreciate that. And yes, we are, in answer to your question, we're going to come up with something to help aid you all out there.
Yeah. No problem. We just figured, maybe while they're on the yard, maybe there's just some way to, I don't know, measure the brakes, or, somebody to go over them, or maybe hire somebody part-time, full-time to, come out and go over them or something.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We sure can. Yep. Thank you, Leslie. Who else we got, producer?
All right. We also got Jeff Marsh on the line. What do you got for us, sir?
Hey, Jeff.
Okay, first of all, I got two things. First of all, that video where we went through the stop sign, we also declined to ignore the warnings of the stop sign before then.
Yep.
And so, I mean, stuff. And second of all, what Leslie's been talking about, we do have big dragon comes out every day. And they do try to service our equipment out there, but I mean, you got to realize if they service that trailer when it's on the yard, it may be 6 months to a year before that trailer sees that yard again.
Yeah.
But we do have, but I've been going to the yard enough to know that big dragon. I mean, I see them coming in every time I'm in the yard.
Yeah.
The little blue truck that says big dragon on the side, and they come in there and they look for trailers, and I've seen them actually hook the hose up to the emergency, and so they can put some air in there and stuff like that. But we do have big dragon comes in every day.
Yeah. Yeah, we just got to find a way to do more because, again, clearly it's not enough. And that's the thing I think we got to realize as a company. It's like, okay, we're doing this, but just like, we ask you all to do things, right? And we'll continue to ask, but is it enough, right? Sometimes we have to ask for more. And the same thing, you should be able to ask more of your company as well. And that's me. I'm not putting that on anybody else. That's me to do the follow-up and to just make sure that we are doing the best we can. Not, again, we talked to you about being safe, safer, and safest. Well, we're doing things that are safe, but are we doing all that we can, which would make us the safest? And I think the answer is no, because we're hearing it from our drivers still. So who else we got, producer?
Yeah, Tommy Jones, what do you got for us, sir?
Tommy.
Good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing this morning?
Good, sir. How are you?
Doing good. I'm getting ready to go to court or to do my deposition this morning, so I see if I get my grandson. But the reason I called in, I'm on this morning, is I talked with them about the brakes, and I went over to Miller the other day because I run here local, and I went over to Miller in Fort Worth and picked up a trailer and got there. I got hooked up to the trailer, pulled it out to slide my tandem and everything else, so that way I could do a full walk around on it, because sometimes you can't fit in between the trailers up at Miller just to get back there. And so I pulled it out, and this one trailer in particular had 5 lug nuts missing off of it. had 15 lug nuts loose on it and had a fresh brake job done on it. And whoever did the brake job or whatever like that either didn't check the wheels good enough or the driver didn't check the wheels good enough. I don't know what the deal was, but we got to double check them lug nuts to make sure they're torqued down right and everything. And the guy that came out and to put the lug nuts back on there and everything else, he even took a torque wrench and torqued them down to 500 pounds, on each one to double check to make sure they was tight. But we need to make sure when we get these brake jobs done to check your lug nuts, because you could have lost, whoever, you could tell it rode for like that for a while because the wheels were shining where the lug nuts were at, and you could have lost wheels and killed somebody.
Yes.
And you got to watch that stuff.
Tommy, what was that trailer number?
It was 53603, I believe is what it was.
All right, and did you do the Macro 39 and the pictures and everything, buddy?
I didn't do the pictures. I sent some to, I believe I sent some to Ricky. I can't remember if I did or not because that's my DM. And, but I did do a Macro 39 on it. And I talked to Ben. I talked to Ben, and Ben's the one that got the guy out there to fix the wheels and stuff on it.
Okay. All right, I will follow up. Thank you, Tommy.
You're welcome.
That's great.
But, I just wanted to. Yeah, it's just one of them things. You got to pay attention to those things. The last company I worked for, the big problem we ran across was our impacts wasn't putting out enough torque to tighten up the wheels. Either they didn't have enough air in the impact, to get the torque like they're supposed to get. And we made it mandatory over there at our last job that, even if we use the impact, go back across them, use a torque wrench to make sure they torque down right.
Yes, you're right. I had that before as well. The thing I remind everybody is when you find a defect, okay, you are supposed to fill out a DVIR report, okay? Part of that DVIR report also has you verify the repairs were made. So in the relationship with Tommy, whoever had service done to that vehicle prior to that, obviously something wasn't done right. That driver is required to do a DVIR report and then verify the repairs were done so that puts their hands on them lug nuts, making sure, hey, this guy replaced the tire. Okay, now I'm going back there, make sure the tire's good, the wheels are good, everything is set, and then verify that repair done. But we're getting lazy when we don't do the DVIR. Folks, I'm telling you, the day's coming, and you don't want to wait till it becomes. BCB prides itself being out in front of these problems. DOT is going to start. This is what will happen in a lawsuit, right? They're gonna if a trailer or a truck or something is found defective, they're gonna go back and look at every driver that had that trailer and nobody wrote anything down, right? And so they're going to get you for neglect, and the company mainly. So again, when you have a problem, you need to, even if you fix it, if it's a mud flap, whatever the case may be, you do the DVIR and certify the repairs are done. Start that paper trail. So great point there, Tommy. Appreciate that very much. And I will follow up with maintenance on that one as well. Anybody else out there, producer? All right. Hey, everybody. Thank you all. We're going to see you all this afternoon, I guess, right? So have a blessed day, and God bless you.
From Qatar, Bahrain, and Germany into North America and Europe.
Definitely a lot going on over there. We also saw that the Pudong Air Cargo Terminal in Shanghai was shut down Friday after several positive COVID-19 cases popped up in the facility, halting most of the freighter activity in China's largest cargo airport. Seiko Logistics let its customers know how it was canceling all flights out of that airport until further notice, and the airport is only accepting cargo coming from passenger aircraft. Other airlines are diverting their cargo to surrounding airports instead.
And the continued delays in ocean freight have a lot of people asking, why does it take so long to get new containers into service to help alleviate some of that demand? This weekend's Ask Wave story from Greg Miller has the answer to that question. It only takes a matter of hours to build a container, but getting it into service can take as long as 4 months. Find that story up on freightwaves.com.
You can head to freightwaves.com for all those stories and much more content. But right now, we're going to go to Donnie Gilbert, the one and only, for a carrier update. Hello, welcome to the Carrier Update brought to you by Powerfleet. I'm here with the one and only, of course, Donnie Gilbert. What do you have for us today?
Well, Anthony, we're just going to start out, let's go back and let's see what happened over the weekend with outbound tender rejection rates and our volumes. So here, I think as of Friday, we're at 15,800. So it looks like we peaked up just a little bit further and came back down, but we're still at 15,830. So our outbound tender volumes are still extremely high, which means there's a very high demand going on right now for truck steel, which is good. Now, we'll talk about the hurricane that hit here next session, but I don't expect too much out of that because it was a tropical storm actually when it hit, so that's good. But still, our market is very sensitive right now, let's just say. And, those loads, there probably will be some state loads that run up there. And what I mean by state loads, everybody calls the loads FEMA. Well, they're not all FEMA loads. The state starts out running what they need, and if they need help from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, then FEMA will jump in and start sending loads as well. So there might be a little bit of both, but it's not going to be anything that we saw like for Sandy or Katrina or the previous year's histories. There was some flooding, there are some tree down. There's I think between 100 and 150,000 people without power. But anyways, that could push us up a little bit. So you do need to kind of keep an eye on what's going on, because even just the scare and drivers not wanting to go to the area could push rates up out of the Northeast. And we'll touch a bit more base on that, here on our next section. Rejection rates went up a little bit above 22.50, dipped back down to 22.5 as of yesterday. So we're kind of a little bit out of that range, but we need to watch these as well. If that starts to have an impact, you could see rejection rates, turn back around this week as they figure out more what's going on up there in that area today and tomorrow. With there being a lot of flooding right now, you can't run the trucks in. So this could take off maybe tomorrow or the next day because that storm has essentially, slowed down and there's still a lot of flooding. Well, let's jump in. Let's look at what's going on with reefer and dry van. Here on your left, I have reefer tender rejection rates in blue, reefer volumes in yellow, and on your right here, I have dry van rejection rates in blue and dry van volumes in purple. And you can see here where reefer went up, it was been trending up here the last several days. We've been talking about it, and it's kind of held out a little bit steady. Volumes dropped just a little bit. We're at 1992, and rejection rates are holding pretty steady at 34.46%, which is a lot further. It dropped down to just under right around 30%. So that's a little bit more healthy for reefer rejection rates. Earlier this year they're running 40-50%. Right. So still a bit down from that. Now dry van, you can see here over the last almost 2 weeks here, rejection rates and volumes have been running fairly close on their trends. So we saw freight volume start picking back up, and all of a sudden we saw the dry van rejection rates start to pick back up as well. Well, they peaked out here over the weekend and started to come down just a little bit. So we have 11,256 are our index points for the volumes for dry van, and we're running around 23.12%. So still well above normal. We like it when it breaks 10%, starts getting a little bit volatile. When we start breaking 10%, we're still at 23.12%. So this is still a carrier's market in both dry van and reefer.
So Donnie, weather events aside, it's nearly the end of August. What are we usually seeing running during this time of the year?
All right, a normal trend would be just kind of a steady, shippers pushing down, carriers trying to push up, but no real give and take there. And it being a really tough market for brokerage because everybody trying to push up and push down and squashing their margins in the middle. It's a time period that I never really enjoyed. Gotcha. It was just a tough time period. And you're waiting. It's like the calm before the storm before you get to fourth quarter.
Gotcha.
Well, this has been a little bit more of an exciting third quarter. So we're getting there. And to see these changes picking up and picking down, it's making the market move. And it's a lot easier when the market's moving to understand what's going on. So let's jump in and look at our reefer change map. I like talking about reefers on Monday. You see a lot of the blue here through the Northeast. Rejection rates have picked up outbound. You'll mainly see it more on the inbound, which we'll look at that a little bit later on as well. And through the Midwest here, and even out on the West Coast, you're starting to see reefer rejection rates pick up in Salt Lake City, Twin Falls, and even in Oregon there as well. So here we're getting close to that. Last year we saw rejection rates and volumes pick up in Twin Falls right around the 1st of August. So definitely keep an eye on that market right now. We've already seen rejection rates starting to pick back up. So that could tighten those markets up. Now, we see Salt Lake City tightening up. Well, there's not a lot of inbound volumes into Twin Falls, Idaho, where you can get these potatoes, which really shouldn't be ready till the end of August, which we're getting there, and September. So a lot of your carriers will run their trucks into Salt Lake City and then deadhead their trucks up to Twin Falls, Idaho. So that's going to really put an impact as Idaho picks up. It's also going to impact Salt Lake City market a lot as well. So that's one to keep an eye on.
Amazing. Donnie, insightful as always. We're going to have to check back with you later on in the segment. But Kaylee, back to you.
Thanks, guys, for that first carrier update this morning. Donnie Gilbert will be back 3 more times this morning to recap those carrier updates for you. Right now, let's toss it to our editor-at-large, John Kingston. He's our first live guest this morning here on FreightWaves Now. John, welcome and good Monday morning.
Thank you very much.
Exciting stuff coming out of California this weekend regarding Prop 22 and AB 5. Let's dig into it. This has been going on for a while, and it's something that you've covered pretty in depth. What are the latest developments?
Well, so on Friday, a state court, actually it's a county court in California, ruled that Prop 22 was unconstitutional. So Prop 22 was the referendum that was approved last election day, November 2020, which exempted app-based drivers like those of Uber, Lyft, or DoorDash from AB 5. And of course, AB 5 is the California law that very much tightened the definition of who could be an independent contractor. So without that, it was the real prospect were that Uber drivers and Lyft drivers, for example, were going to have to be classified as employees. The voters pretty overwhelmingly approved Prop 22, saying that no, they can stay independent. So the decision that came down on Friday is rather, I won't say technical, but it's very legalistic, and it involves the way that Prop 22 is structured, in that it would effectively block the ability of the state to offer workman's compensation to drivers. So it's, everybody, and including us, when we would write Prop 22, we would say Prop 22 is the law that would allow freedom from AB 5 for Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash drivers. The reality is that Prop 22 is a very complicated law, which I didn't know. I mean, I actually spent some time over the weekend reading it, and there are a lot of unique provisions in there, and it was those provisions that were at the heart of the lawsuit. The lawsuit was brought by the Service Employees International Union and some individual drivers against the state, and of course the state is required to defend the law because it is defending the voice of the people, which was passed on last November. So I think what's going to happen is that there'll be a stay that will allow the impact of Prop 22 to stay in effect until this goes through the courts. This certainly has to go to a higher appellate court in the state, and then you would assume that it would probably make its way, at least an attempt to make its way, up to the Supreme Court. So I think what's been really notable is that, if you go back into 2020, we had the AB 5 was supposed to go, well, I shouldn't say it was supposed to go into effect. AB 5 went into effect on January 1st, 2020. The day before, on New Year's Eve, the California Trucking Association was able to get an injunction against it being implemented in the state because of its argument that it conflicted with a federal law. That stayed in effect, or it continues to be in effect, but that stayed in effect all through 2020. And then in November of 2020, you had Prop 22 passed. So, AB 5, which I think was, everybody pretty much agreed that the industries it mostly wanted to target were truckers and app-based drivers. At the end of 2020, it looked like those types of workers were going to be completely exempt. Then, of course, you had several weeks ago, the federal appeals court overrule the injunction on CTA. That's still in effect. The stay is still in effect as it makes its way to the Supreme Court. And now you've got this decision last week. So AB 5, which was kind of down on its back for a while, is very much on its feet. And right now, I'd say that the likelihood that the California Trucking Association is going to get its audience before the Supreme Court is probably low. And AB 5 will become the law of the land for the state's trucking sector. And now you have the real prospect that unless the law is somehow amended and overhauled on the workers' compensation issue, that it may go back into effect, and AB 5 may go back into effect and start to impact app-based drivers. So it's been a wild ride.
So, John, in terms of drivers, are you seeing any kind of a mixed bag for or against AB 5, or is it just pretty much one tone?
I don't know. I mean, they managed to find some drivers to file suit against it. So I think you probably find that most people who went into becoming an app-based driver don't want to be an employee. That's generally why they went into it, so they can work when they want, where they want. I think a lot of them are worried that they just wouldn't get hired as an employee, period. That it's the idea that every single person out there who's driving around in an Uber car or a Lyft car or DoorDash is suddenly going to be hired is not true. And so a lot of them figure that this is not like they're objecting to maybe their status being changed. They're objecting to the very real possibility that they may not be able to do this at all.
So, John, like Anthony asked about the driver sentiment on this, do you see that it would have any impact on driver employment maybe getting into the industry now? Or less drivers less likely to enter as their own independent owner-operators now that this law will probably be taking them out or taking over the way that they have to be compensated?
Well, the discussion about what the trucking industry would do if AB 5 became the law of the land in California is rather complicated. And there's one model, I mean, these are really major changes. There's one model which suggests that a trucking company now that hires drivers to move freight would instead become like 100% of a brokerage company, and that they would then hire the independent drivers as a broker. They would act as a broker. And so therefore you really couldn't argue that they were employees. I mean, we don't know whether this would pass a constitutional muster. I would say that I was speaking to an attorney about this, and I said, this is really major. And he said, yes. So how the state's trucking sector is going to change and react to AB 5 if, in fact, the Supreme Court denies certification. And when the Supreme Court denies certification, AB 5 becomes the law of the land immediately. That the word immediately is in the earlier decision. Is something I'm sure they're very much thinking of. You're probably going to see numerous creative solutions. You might see more litigation. You might see the state file suit against various trucking companies for the approach that they took. So this is a story that's got a long way to go. Anybody who tells you they know exactly how the state's trucking industry is going to look under AB 5 is full of baloney.
So, John, still a lot going on, like you said, with AB 5, but staying on that topic of drivers, what's going on with retention? We saw that you put out an article around that as well about how it's maybe changed throughout the pandemic.
Yeah, so Stay Metrics, which was bought last year by 10th Street, puts out a quarterly update on retention rates, and it's really detailed. And of course, like any good journalist, you want to go looking for that one number that says, aha, that's the number that tells you. What they do is they do retention rates after 7 days of hires, after, I'm not going to get all these numbers right. I think there's 7 classifications, 30 days, 60 days, 120, 180, and a year. And so if you are looking for, probably the best number, they also do a sum total for the average within, let's say somebody was hired in July 2019, and then you had the data for 12 months. How many days did the average person stay on? What was the average stay on the job of a driver hired in July 2019? So you really have to spend a lot of time going through it. I would say that I hated to look at all this data and draw this one kind of overarching conclusion. I would say that given the turmoil created by the pandemic, and given the fact that there are so many opportunities out there for more money to be made, and competition on salaries and competition on per mile compensation, I thought that the numbers on retention weren't all that bad. When I averaged out the stayed at the job numbers for this year compared to like a year ago, they were higher. You weren't seeing any big drops in any of the categories that you might have expected, given how competitive it is. So I actually thought that if you could make a reasonable argument that looking over this vast array of numbers, that you could walk away from it saying retention's a little better.
John, I remember from reading your article, you found out that on average in 2020, a driver was staying 212 days from their hire date with their existing company. As we move kind of out of the first pandemic and now we're in the second Delta variant pandemic, do you see that this Delta variant and now the uncertainty moving into peak season and into the start of 2022 already looking ahead could cause some volatility in that market? Are more people likely to jump ship now because of the uncertainty coming, or will that uncertainty be the driving force of them staying in their job where they're comfortable?
Well, the rates are still pretty good, but I mean, I've been hearing some chatter on social media that some of the rates, some people are saying, it's not as good as it was a month ago, not as good as 2 months ago in terms of the rates. So you wonder whether that will kick off any new movement. I will tell you that companies will all tell you that they're working harder on retention than they ever have. Everybody thinks they've got better retention rates than everybody else. That's the old Lake Wobegon effect, where every child is above average, which is obviously impossible. But I mean, I felt that those numbers suggested that some of the initiatives being taken by companies to retain drivers was a little better. But as been pointed out by others, if you get the infrastructure bill and you get this big pull of workers coming out, from the construction industry, for example, that's going to make it very tough. And companies continue to say this is the toughest driver market that they've ever seen. I think that anybody who thinks that the end of the extended unemployment compensation that ends next month, really just in a couple of weeks, I guess, that this is going to suddenly unleash this gigantic flow of workers, I think they're going to be disappointed. My view on unemployment right now is that the nation's employers have had a nice 40-year run of having lots of people who needed work because of the baby boom. And that baby boom generation is in some cases dying or retiring. I will tell you that I am a card-carrying member of that generation, and the number of people that I went to college with and high school with who are retiring is truly terrifying. Yet at the same time, they're going to demand goods and services. The demand for workers is going to be high. And I think that in the idea we're going to get some nice rush of new workers in a few weeks when the extended unemployment benefits run out, I just don't think you're going to see that happen.
Definitely a lot of insight there, John. What stories are you eyeing for later on this week?
Well, I think there's going to be some follow-ups to California. I kind of dashed that one off on Saturday morning, so there's more to be written. And Massachusetts is set to have its own Prop 22 attempt. That's kind of was certified, I think, last week. Going to be working on that story as well. So, as you know, that FreightWaves very much, unlike some of its competitors, does cover the gig economy, which you can find in our modern shipper offering. And so there's going to be a lot going on there.
Definitely something to keep an eye on. John, thank you so much for joining us. Have a good rest of your week. We'll talk to you next Monday.
Okay, thank you.
Let's check in with meteorologist Nick Austin right now. He's got an update on the fire situation out in California. Dixie Fire still growing.
Good morning, everybody. That's right. That fire in North California, I should say, not North Carolina. Northern California is definitely expanded over the weekend. Crews made a little bit of progress as far as laying down the containment lines, trying to get that fire suppressed. But the weather last week, up until the weekend, just didn't cooperate very much. But luckily, the winds are still going to remain fairly calm in that area over the next few days. That should help them a little bit. But let's take a look at it in critical events. We're in Northern California, east of I-5 and the Redding and Chico areas. That's where this fire is burning. Some areas along US 395 I've had closures here and there because some of that fire has been jumping that highway. But overall, it is huge. It's more than 720,000 acres in size now. It's about 20,000 acres bigger than last Friday, last time we all talked. So it definitely grew a little bit over the weekend. It's 38% contained, but that's a little bit of an improvement from Friday as well, when it was 35% contained. But, this is still the biggest fire in the country. It's also the largest single wildfire in California history. Definitely not a record you want to break. But, You know, the thing is, this is only one of dozens of large wildfires, not just in Northern California, but all across the West in several states. And crews are just, you know, they've had trouble lately because of the weather, the winds. There's also a lot of drought out there that's been going on for at least a year in a lot of these areas. And so they've had some troubles. But the overall numbers, I believe we have 94 large fires still burning out there across the country. 12 states, 11 of those are in the West. And even though the number of wildfires has decreased a bit over the last few days, the number of acres has gone up a little bit that's being burned, almost 2.5 million, guys. So besides the weather being a problem, I don't have a lot of details on this yet, but I have seen some things that indicated that because there's so many large wildfires out there, that a lot of resources for these firefighting crews are strained and are limited because they're having to spread these resources over so many firefighting crews across these western states. So that's another reason why a lot of these fires are still kind of out of control out there.
Speaking of those resources, let's check out the Twitter video that you got for us this morning. Helicopter using water to put out one of those fires. And those are some of those finite resources, too, those aircraft that used to support the firefighters. Yeah, I mean, and just look at all that smoke. You know, they've been even doing this at night. I saw a video where they had a nighttime drop, too. I can't remember if that was either the Dixie or maybe the Caldor fire, also in Eastern California, rather. But yeah, I mean, just a lot of strained resources. We've talked about also the fact, you know, sometimes some crews use planes to do drops, and those planes require jet fuel, and there's been kind of a shortage of that, but a higher demand because of more people traveling this summer on the airlines. But these firefighting crews need that jet fuel as well. So there's just all kinds of issues, and unfortunately, for those areas out west under the drought, I don't see any rain coming this week, maybe not even much next week. And overall, for the next couple of months, probably below average precipitation and above average temperature. So it's going to remain hot, too. Not a good situation there. Thanks, Nick, for that first weather update. We'll check in with you again in just a few minutes. We've got a quick break on the way, and we'll be right back.
The comprehensive logistics offerings from PowerFleet cover in-cab ELD, fleet management, trailer tracking, cargo monitoring, and tracking other assets such as chassis and intermodal containers. Power off your operations with PowerFleet.
This iteration of sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
We are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
What does this have to do with freight? Well, I'm glad you asked. People are wondering what's going to happen with inflation. Is there going to be hyperinflation? When is hyperinflation going to be here? When is there going to be inflation? What's going to happen with inflation? Inflation, inflation, inflation. This is the sexiest topic within the economy right now.
FreightWaves is the #1 source for transportation and logistics news. FreightWaves.com provides you with in-depth news coverage, data, and insights from the leading industry journalists and market experts. On FreightWaves.com, you can also watch the only streaming TV network dedicated to freight. FreightWaves TV provides you with coverage you won't find anywhere else. However you like your news delivered, check us out online or on the FreightWaves app.
Hello and welcome to the Shipper Update. I'm lead economist here, Anthony Smith, and we're going to talk about something a little bit different that I've been doing on Monday mornings, and that's what to expect in the coming week. And so behind me in the sonar chart here, I have non-defense capital goods new orders year over year, and in the green line, I have our very own flatbed outbound tender rejection index. And so what we're looking at here is essentially business-to-business activity. When we look at non-defense capital goods new orders year over year, I know it's a mouthful. And so what that really tells us is how much businesses are doing business with other businesses. And that's really going to be indicative of manufacturing activity and large capital expenditures going through. Now, with those manufactured products, a lot of that's going to go through the form of flatbed trailers. And so that's why we have such a close correlation here and why I love looking at this index. The other really cool thing when we're looking at manufacturing is that I think it really is the leading indicator or the canary in the coal mine of what's going on with overall economic growth. I mean, you put a machinery in place, it's going to really kind of lead into what's happening with manufacturing and the overall economy later on. It's really building out the framework and the groundwork. And so that's what we're looking at here with the expectation of this kind of maybe moderating, coming down just slightly. Now that slightly downward movement isn't a sign of, sudden contraction or downfall for manufacturing or overall economic activity at the larger scale level, but just that it's moderating, it's slowing. It's likely met its peak earlier on in this year, and that's just okay, that's fine. It's likely going to continue to moderate and ease for the remainder of 2021. Going into 2022, expect some slight easing, some slower growth, but still growth nonetheless. In our next chart here, we're going to look at a little bit of a different segment, and that's going to be the Home Purchase Sentiment Index. And so we're not looking at an update for a Home Purchasing Sentiment Index. This index is put out by Fannie Mae. We're not looking at an update for that, but we do have updates around existing home sales, which is going to come out here in about just 20 or 32 minutes. So we'll be sure to keep you updated on the next Shipper Update with that one. But we're looking at what's going on within housing overall. We are going to need a little bit more inventory before we see some downward movement in prices, before we see any kind of momentum with new home sales. And that's exactly what we're starting to see here. We're seeing this downward movement here in the Home Purchasing Sentiment Index, not just because it's hard to buy a house, but a lot of buyers are discouraged right now. I mean, the demand is still very high, but a lot of buyers, after getting priced out over and over and over, are now kind of getting discouraged, even though they might have the funds to do so. So this is going to be one of the segments that we're going to watch very closely throughout the remainder of the year, of course. I mean, when we're looking at this segment, there's a lot of momentum going on, a lot of moving pieces, of course, when we're looking at lumber. That's been one of the hot topics throughout the entire industry. We saw that meteoric rise for prices throughout the beginning of the year, and it's starting to come down. But that downward movement in lumber prices isn't exactly indicative of housing prices coming down just yet, because it's going to take some time before builders really start to see and recognize some of those price declines for those lumber or building product materials. There's still a huge backlog. And so that's exactly what we saw in our last housing starts segment update last week, when we saw that those housing starts are really starting to slow down, not because there's a lack of demand, but really there's a lack of materials. And so those starts, concrete slabs really kind of being put in place and not really a lot of momentum. But when we're looking at housing starts, of course we care about those moving pieces because flatbed trailers are going to haul them throughout the country. But of course those downstream impacts as well as consumers fill those homes up with furniture, appliances, things like that. Speaking of which, those are also in short supply. So we're looking at really a downstream impact that's really needing of more resources and more goods, more services. So that's going to be a big one here. Of course, that's going to be, I think we might have one more chart. Do we have another chart here? That might be it for the charts there, but we'll be sure to keep you updated with all the latest for the Shipper Update. Like I said, we have existing home sales coming out in just 30 minutes, so we'll catch up with you then.
Thanks, Anthony, and looking forward to those existing home sales coming up in just a few minutes. We've got another quick break on the way, and then we'll be back with Nick Austin, a recap of our weather, talking about Tropical Storm Henri and what happened with the flooding situations going up in the Northeast. Also have a look at this week's episode of Healthy Highway. That's coming up in just a few minutes.
This iteration of sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
we are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
The comprehensive logistics offerings from PowerFleet cover in-cab ELD, fleet management, trailer tracking, cargo monitoring, and tracking other assets such as chassis and intermodal containers. Power up your operations with PowerFleet.
My name is Richie Daigle, and I'm a Sonar sales executive. Something that not everybody knows about me is I spent 3.5 years as a pitcher in the San Diego Padres organization. What do I love about Chattanooga? It's a great place to be if you love adventure. My wife and I love getting out hiking with our dogs. Yeah, it's a great place to be if you love the outdoors and love a sense of adventure in your life. Yeah, whether it's trying to help clients solve problems or help them find ways to capitalize on opportunities, I strive to help people use data to think proactively. I enjoy chess, and so if I can help people think 3 or 4 moves down the road and get out ahead of some of these changes and trends in the market, I feel really good, because I feel like thinking proactively and getting out ahead of the market fluctuations is a great way to succeed in this day and age. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. Love to chat with you. You can reach me via email or phone.
What does this have to do with freight? Well, I'm glad you asked. People are wondering what's going to happen with inflation. Is there going to be hyperinflation? When is hyperinflation going to be here? When is there going to be inflation? What's going to happen with inflation? Inflation, inflation, inflation. This is the sexiest topic within the economy right now.
Well, thanks for joining us this morning for FreightWaves Now. Hope you had a great and a safe weekend out there. We have some super humid and also hot weather across the plains. We're talking about a heartland heat wave. It started over the weekend, and it's going to continue for at least one more day in some of these areas, maybe for 2 or 3 more days in some spots. So let's get right to it. We're talking about right across the Corn Belt from eastern Kansas around Topeka all the way to Kansas City, St. Louis, western Illinois. We have a lot of heat advisories up, and it's not necessarily because of record-breaking temperatures. As we check this out in Sonar Critical Events, we'll kind of highlight these areas. But it's really because of the humidity. Temperatures will be well in the 90s in a lot of these areas. But when you kind of pair that with high humidity, we're talking about heat index values of 105 up towards 108, 109 degrees. So it's going to be pretty brutal. And for these areas, it's not just today, but it could happen again Tuesday, Wednesday, and maybe even Thursday. And then all these areas to the south heading towards the lower Mississippi Valley are also going to see the high humidity and the heat. But when you head down towards the Mississippi Delta, some of those other areas from around Jackson and Vicksburg, Mississippi, into northeastern Louisiana, that's where the heat index, guys, could hit 115 degrees today. That is really brutal. Excessive heat warnings there. Definitely conditions where drivers don't want to be stuck outside because their trucks are break down or anything like that. Spend your breaks inside in the air conditioning, because when you're talking about heat index anywhere from 105 up to 115 degrees, with that kind of humidity and all that moisture in the air, it's very uncomfortable, and it could just be downright dangerous too, just to be stuck outside like that. So, you know, this is not unusual. It's still summertime, but when the heat index is going to get above a certain level, the Weather Service has to issue those heat advisories and those warnings to let everybody know.
It gets soupy outside. It's like you're swimming in a bowl of chicken noodle soup. Just gross.
I need that visual, but yeah, that's the exact feeling, and I'm going to be thinking about that every single time I walk outside now. Kaylee, thank you for that.
Thanks, Nick. We'll talk to you in just a few minutes again about what's going on with tropical systems across the country. Let's recap our first hour headlines for you really fast. The U.S. Department of Defense activated its Civil Reserve Air Fleet and is asking 6 airlines to help with the evacuation of U.S. citizens and other at-risk refugees from Afghanistan. The order from the U.S. Transportation Command pulls 18 wide-body aircraft into service, will bring refugees from Qatar, Bahrain, and Germany into North America and Europe.
A lot of activity going on over there. We also saw that the Pudong Air Cargo Terminal in Shanghai was shut down Friday after several positive COVID-19 cases popped up in the facility, halting most of the freighter activity in China's largest cargo airport. Sego Logistics let its customers know it was canceling all flights out of that airport until further notice, and the airport is only accepting cargo from passenger aircraft. Other airlines are diverting their cargo to surrounding airports instead.
And the continued delays in ocean freight have a lot of people asking, why does it take so long to get new containers into service? This weekend's Ask Wave story from Greg Miller has the answer to that question. It only takes a matter of hours to build the actual container, but getting it into service can take anywhere up to 4 months.
Right, and you can head to freightwaves.com to find all the stories, details on this content, and much, much more. But we're going to go back to Donnie Gilbert. He has some more insights with us for the carrier update. Hello and welcome to the Carrier Update. We're back again with the one and only Donnie Gilbert. Donnie, what do you have for us?
So we're going to kind of talk about a little bit. We had a tropical system go in and hit the Northeast this weekend or Sunday. And of course, thank goodness it dropped down from a hurricane to a tropical storm. So it wasn't as devastating as some were scared of, and it was hitting a very, very dense population. That was the true scary part. And it's going to bring in the ocean. We're going to have some flooding. Well, it went ahead and hit, and it hit as a tropical system, a tropical storm. So therefore, it wasn't quite as strong, but there's still power outages. You know, I think there's still 150,000 people out of power between New Jersey and Boston, and there is a lot of flooding that's going on. The system slowed down, but we're going to see probably a little bit of a response when it comes to emergency management loads, but not like anything that we saw when the superstorm Sandy hit up there, or some of the big hurricanes that we've seen hit down in the Gulf. But we are going to kind of talk about this a little bit. How can we see it when it comes to sonar? Taking a check here at my next screen here, you can see some of the, in a chart that I have that's going to pop up here in a second, we're going to see some of the rejection rates, but I'm going to look at the inbound rejection rates, and you'll see those carriers start to react a few days earlier. And you'll see, now put it out by state, you'll see rejection rates in New Jersey, New York, and Mass here. I put Boston up there. This on your left-hand side here, this is our inbound tender rejection rates into New York, Boston, and New Jersey. And if you see here right around the 16th, 17th, you'll start seeing the carriers react. And that was about the middle of Monday and Tuesday of last week. Now keep in mind, we have a 2.5-day tender lead time for drive-in and about a 4-day tender lead time for reefer. So here, these carriers started to react early last week saying, hey, probably not really a good time to send my truck along that area of the country right now with the storm coming in, because at the time we didn't know if it was going to be a Category 1 or Category 2 or tropical storm. So you saw the carriers start to react here, and basically what this is telling us is a lot of the contract freight they started refusing. If you wanted to send a truck into that area for delivery, you're going to have to pay a lot more. And so we started seeing them react quite early, and then of course they've leveled off here right now. And the reason they've kind of leveled off and not really came back down is because they don't know what is happening right now or what's going on. A lot of people don't want to send their trucks up there right now, and they probably won't want to do it for about the next couple of weeks because of the fear that this flooding will be gone probably in a few more days. You know, by probably Thursday or Friday, the flooding will be gone and things will be back to more of a normal. But, you know, in a lot of people's heads, they, hey, just avoid the Northeast for a while. They want to stay away from this. So that's why rejection rates are still kind of elevated. Now, outbound, when you start trimming the inbound, it starts affecting the outbound a little bit. Again, here, a few days later, 15, 16, 17, you start seeing the outbound jump up. So again, this is New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey. So this is how in sonar you can kind of see the reaction of what is going on when a hurricane hits.
So Donnie, this is typical behavior, right? When we see these tropical storms, hurricanes kind of come in, this is usually what we kind of see and expect for carriers, is that right?
Yes, and if you're a carrier and going into these areas, you need to expect delays. You need to expect it to be there's some problems. Be very careful. Your regular route might be flooded, so and be careful going those back routes as well. So it's best if it's not a very needed load to to not take the load just yet. Wait for a few more days and let them get things cleared out. Sure, food, water, ice, those type of loads, those need to go in there. If you're bringing in salt for the wintertime to put on front porches, that one needs to stay and let people, keep the congestion down, let them get in there, let them get the trees cut, the power lines put back up and the roads cleared and the flooding to go down before you start running up in there. But typically in these situations, especially if you are running emergency management type of loads, definitely need to make sure there's some type of detention clause in your either contracts or confirmation sheets. There's a big chance that you could be delayed very heavily when you're going into these markets. And if you do not have a detention clause, then you will not be paid. Now, the state governments, FEMA, all these people, they do pay detention. Now, if you're booking with a broker, the broker may not pay you. They are collecting detention. And if you do not do the proper steps, they will not pay you your detention. They'll probably collect it, and I'll leave it at that right there. But make sure the communication is kept up. Make sure that you have some type of clause in there somewhere that defines very well what you're being paid, after what hours of sitting. Typically it's 2 hours of sitting that your detention start kicking in. And if you don't take the proper steps, it could hurt you in the long run. But yes, FEMA, the state governments, they all pay, they take care of their drivers. They do pay detention, but if you don't take the right steps to protect yourself, you may not get paid that detention.
Sonny, amazing insights there, words of wisdom. Thank you so much for that carrier update, of course, brought to you by Powerfleet. We'll be sure to check in with you in just a few minutes here, a little bit later on. But we have a very special segment. Kaylee, what is it?
Thanks, guys. We've got a look at Healthy Highway this week. Loves is talking about how they're providing better choices to keep drivers moving on the road. Let's check it out.
To become a good partner, to be in this business long term, we needed to be able to feed drivers healthier meals. Our industry's history is really comfort food, right?
Whitman Harson is the Senior Manager of Category Management and Deli for Love's Travel Stops and is currently helping with Love's initiative to create healthier food options for drivers to choose from in their stores.
The health issues surrounding professional drivers have been in the industry for quite some time. Going back to 2011, and even a little earlier than that with Love's, one of the things that we did was get into cutting fresh fruit and selling fruit cups then. And now today, it's really what we do pretty well. We are really the only company on the interstate that cuts fresh fruit every day and sells it for drivers. So that was sort of our attempt to start addressing the issues that were being talked about a few years back. And then we've evolved to things where we are today with fresh foods. And of course, we've taken advantage of vendors along the way, everybody getting more conscientious about healthier products for the driver. But we started on a journey about 3 years ago, building a fresh foods program, a proprietary Love's fresh food program. So part of that has been evolving, but one of the biggest pieces of that is allows us to make fresher, healthier items, and drivers have responded very positively to our salads program. So we make fresh salads every day. We have 3 salads that we serve now. That's evolved, and it's the number one driving item in our fresh foods presentation. We also make a wrap product. We have 3 wraps that we make. We make every day. They're fresh. Again, there's some healthier things that go along with wraps. And then we just introduced a grilled chicken product that we prepare in store and cook off and serve every day.
Love started to notice drivers' health issues when trucking laws became more strict on driver wellness and wanted to help drivers stay on the road.
For us in this piece, there's no question the fresh salads and our fresh cut fruit drive our business. It's making us providing a platform for us to continue to build other products because we're selling stuff, right? So I think that's really how we got here. Everybody's been aware of what's been going on, but I think, you know, it's really a big commitment from Love's for the future, from my perspective, and it really started with our commitment to cutting fresh fruit every day, because that's dangerous, right? And we sell a lot of fruit, and it's a lot of labor and a lot of effort, but Love's is committed to doing the right thing.
The future of Love's healthier products for drivers is moving forward. They have expanded their kitchens to include more fresh eating options, like salads, sandwiches, and fruit, proving that healthy options don't have to be difficult to create.
So right now, I would say we're really focused on bringing those products. As far as bringing more attention to them, when you visit a store, you're not going to have to hunt for the fresh items we sell. They're going to be right obvious. They're going to be right in front of the driver's face from that perspective. And also, we're just the presentation alone, and we're stepping up our signage, talking about fresh foods, etc. You know, from that standpoint. But I would say we're still in the early stages of developing that and what it looks like. Right now, it's driven by having the products available and bringing more focus in the store from a merchandising standpoint. We'll continue to evolve that menu and more items. And frankly, one of the things, too, that I've thought about related to just bringing more awareness, this program's a couple of years old, although we've been serving fresh fruit since 2011, 2010. This is a little more complicated. We've really just been evolving this fresh kitchen over the last 18 months. So mainly we've just been getting them in, right? So drivers are aware of it. We'll continue to evolve the menu, focus on that area. It is something that we can do very well, and we can control our own destiny with it versus relying on branded QSRs or branded restaurants to drive that for us. And, you know, and this is really exciting because what we really are doing, besides being able to bring healthy things, are really developing our own proprietary fresh food program, and that's a big deal. So it's more than salads, it's a lot of items.
You can connect with Harsin on LinkedIn under Whitman Harsin, and check out Love's fresh food at loves.com.
And that was this week's Healthy Highway.
Amazing piece. I love to see those good stories. I mean, I feel better when I watch those Healthy Highways pieces, and you do a great job narrating those sides.
Thanks, Anthony, for those high compliments. We'll be right back after another quick break. We've got a fresh set of headlines for you. Nick Austin will have another look at the weather, and we'll get started with our second hour. Lots of guests in this hour, and we'll be right back.
The comprehensive logistics offerings from Powerfleet cover in-cab ELD, fleet management, trailer tracking, cargo monitoring, and tracking other assets such as chassis and intermodal containers. Power up your operations with Powerfleet.
What does this have to do with freight? Well, I'm glad you asked. People are wondering what's going to happen with inflation. Is there going to be hyperinflation? When is hyperinflation going to be here? When is there going to be inflation? What's going to happen with inflation? Inflation, inflation, inflation. This is the sexiest topic within the economy right now.
FreightWaves is the #1 source for transportation and logistics news. FreightWaves.com provides you with in-depth news coverage, data, and insights from the leading industry journalists and market experts. On FreightWaves.com, you can also watch the only streaming TV network dedicated to freight. FreightWaves TV provides you with coverage you won't find anywhere else. However you like your news delivered, check us out online or on the FreightWaves app.
This iteration of sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
We're welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
Welcome back to FreightWaves Now, everybody. We are now going to talk about Tropical Storm Henri. Been waiting to do this so far this morning because it's still spinning over the Northeast and there's still going to be heavy rain and potentially some more flooding for that parts of the region today. So let's check it out in Sonar Critical Events. We do have flash flood watches from the Weather Service up from Philadelphia all the way up I-95 into the Boston area, parts of upstate New York as well. A lot of those areas could see a few more inches of rainfall. So there is that potential from today through this evening to see some more areas of flooding. There were many areas of flooding, especially in coastal areas of southern New England and also Long Island over the weekend, and we'll take a look at some video from that in just a moment. But here's a look at those flash flood warnings. We have some heavy rain right now across parts of Connecticut and Long Island, and the system's just going to keep spinning right over this region until later tonight before it starts to move up into eastern Canada. So all of these areas are going to be prone to see some more flooding. The winds won't be that bad, but there still are a lot of people with power outages out there, and it's supposed to be pretty hot the next few days too. So, you know, where those power outages are and folks out of air, not having working air conditioning, could get kind of brutal up there. But let's take a look at this video from over the weekend. This was Saturday night in Brooklyn, New York, where there was some pretty bad flooding. There was a lot of pretty significant flooding in parts of Rhode Island as well, a few spots in other parts of southern New England. But the winds were pretty fierce too when it made landfall. These are the peak wind gusts in parts of Rhode Island where they hit 70 miles per hour. I think we've got the list of those peak wind gusts. There we are, 70 miles an hour, and other spots where it was in the mid to upper 60s as far as the peak wind speed. So there's some pretty rough stuff, but again, it wasn't as bad as it could have been, guys, because it made landfall as a tropical storm instead of a hurricane, so that helped a bit. And then, you know, once it makes landfall, of course, the winds typically do tend to die down, but not always the rain, which is why that still could be a potential problem today.
The news that it was less intense than originally forecast for those folks up in New England, especially because they're not typically used to seeing the impacts from tropical systems like this, so they don't have as much time to prepare as normal.
That's right. And if it had made landfall as a hurricane, I think it would have been the first time in 30 years that a hurricane made landfall anywhere in New England. So luckily that didn't happen and it didn't break that record. But yeah, they're not used to the tropical systems that much up there. The last real big one, I guess, was Sandy back in 2012. So it just doesn't happen that often for that part of the country.
Thanks, Nick, for that. We'll check in with you one more time before we wrap up our show today. Let's get started with our second set of headlines this morning. Port Houston is moving forward on its plans to widen and deepen the Houston Ship Channel and signed an agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers. The project will cost $1.1 billion and could finish as quickly as 2025. Forecasts have the project generating $200 billion in economic impact once it is complete.
That's right. And every Monday, we look at some of the best feel-good stories from around the logistics industry with Grace Sharkey's article, The Logbook. The first story features team members from container supplier Cargo Store Worldwide and Cooney & Nagel skydiving together to raise money for several causes. The team members took a 13,000-foot fall together skydiving with a team from the Red Devils.
I would skydive for charity. I would skydive not for charity, but I would definitely do it if it was for charity.
I would need to get charity to skydive.
Maybe we can start the FreightWaves Fund for you to go skydiving.
That would be good.
Get Anthony Smith jumping out of a plane. Second feel-good story this morning, all about DHL Global Forwarding. They have successfully delivered 4 million COVID-19 vaccines to countries lacking vaccine infrastructure, including Jamaica, Kenya, and Indonesia. The company has successfully delivered more than 731 million vaccine doses so far during the pandemic, totaling 15 different countries in order to spread out that vaccine equity all across the globe, hopefully starting to kick COVID-19 and the pandemic out for good.
You can head to freightwaves.com to find much more about these stories that we have here, but we have another piece coming up. Some of our very favorite people who are on FreightWaves TV.
Let's check it out. If you missed last week's Put That Coffee Down episode with Kevin Hill and Richie Daigle, don't have to go too far. We can check it out right now. And as you get ready for tomorrow's episode, the next episode, let's check it out.
Yeah, and I think that it's real easy for salespeople to fall into the trap of go, 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 more, 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 more. Let's suck as much production out of this individual as possible. They should be work, 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 work. And then when you're overworked, then you need some sort of, you tend to fall into, okay, I have some downtime. I just want to turn my brain off and I need to be entertained. And so that you overwork, and maybe this resonates with some of you. I've certainly been in this place before, or, into this state where I'm working, I'm overworked, I'm working too long of hours. And when I'm not working, I am putting my brain and frying it in front of a TV with some mindless television or some mindless scrolling on my phone through social media. And what I'm missing is that space to just be aware and to think and to process. And that, I think, is the space where creativity can really start to blossom.
It really is, and it reminds me of another overused cliche in the world of business and life is you can't see the forest for the trees.
You had me worried that I said another one there, and I was like, I'm going to be guilty twice.
I mean, we talked about this, and it reminds you of these terms that people overuse probably, and they lose their meaning as they're being overused. But it's important to realize, and this comes from an article you sent me, that research suggests that we're all getting less creative, and scientists think they know why. And it's all about this Torrance test. I'd never really heard of the Torrance test before, but it's supposed to be better than an IQ test, and those Torrance tests have been dropping over the years, and I think it really boils down to distractions. I mean, you can't get in that deep thought pattern whatsoever these days, it seems like, because your phone's going off. My phone's ringing right now. The phone's going off all the time. Your computer's going off. People, it's just a busy time, it seems. Especially in the pandemic era of everything virtual.
Exactly, and things that come to mind when I think about this, I think you're spot on. It's the lack of space, so it's distractions plus this go, go, go mentality. The comedian Pete Holmes, who's one of my favorite comedians, he has a bit where he talks about people that get angry in traffic, and he's like, why? Why are you angry? Just sit there, just be.
Yes.
There's nowhere to go. Your anger is not solving anything. The road rage isn't. The person in front of you is not going to pay attention to your yelling and say, oh, maybe I should figure out a way to run over the person in front of me. It's not doing anything. And so, there's just phenomenon that happens. And I think a lot of it stems from just a lot, and I feel it sometimes, the uncomfortableness of just being in your own skin for a moment. But if you can get into that, then there's some creativity that can come. You can start rethinking things, and this studies and this article points at that. There's some science that points in that direction. If we have some space, then creativity can come about.
It's really weird because I get writer's block all the time. I write quite a bit. I get writer's block, and the best way to solve that, I try to force my way through it. I'm not going anywhere until I get this right, and that doesn't work 100% of the time.
Yeah.
If I get up and start, I've learned I need a notebook or something, because as soon as I get up, by the time I make it downstairs and 3 steps out of my building, I'm like, that's the answer right there. And I have to write it down, or I'm going to forget it because I'm so distracted with everything else. There's things pouring in and out of my thoughts constantly that it's hard to stay focused.
And you see it in baseball when somebody's in a slump, right? And the more they press and the more they push in that slump, the deeper that slump gets. But the moment they back up and start, creating some space for creativity, they can start thinking through things. They can relax, and that's the big key word here. Is when you relax, then your brain can start operating differently, and now you can move out of that.
And that's a perfect analogy to sales, is getting in a slump, because that's exactly what happens when you get in a slump in sales. You're pressing, and the person on the other end of your message, whether that's electronically, on the phone, in person, they can smell that desperation.
Oh yeah.
They can smell the unconfidence, and they'll either run away from it or take advantage of it.
Exactly. When I was a pitcher, I could smell a slump when the hitter got into the box. And if I knew he's in a slump and I can see his stats, I was like, I'm feeling great.
Yeah, you start playing head games, and you feel like you're in control. But as soon as you kind of just let go of everything, spend some time, deep thoughts, whether it's meditation, prayer, whatever that may be for you, then that's when ideas start to percolate. It's like a brainstorming session all within your own head.
And, I think that creativity, a lot of it, when you get scientific and about it, and the way my mind thinks is, when you bring in more information, when you bring more variables into the equation, then you tend to get a more complete output or a more complete conclusion, or, and a lot of times that's deemed as being creative. But I think a lot of times it's just a thought process that's taking into account everything that's available right there. So there's an awareness that's necessary to drive that process. And it's amazing how unaware we are. And an example of this, and I know that we're running a bit short on time here, but was the great violinist Josh Bell, who played a multi-million-dollar violin in a subway, and he was playing some intricate Bach piece. So it's just absolutely objectively incredible music, and all these people are in a rush, and they walk right by. And sometimes I wonder if that happens in the sales world. Are we walking by incredible opportunities just because we're in a rush and we're not paying attention to what's available all around us right then?
That was an amazing, insightful piece from our one and only Put That Coffee Down crew. We're back with the carrier update brought to you by PowerFleet with the one, the only Donnie Gilbert. What do you have for us?
So we're just kind of going back and seeing what happened over the weekend, see what happened with volumes and rejection rates. So I'm looking at outbound tender rejection rates and outbound tender volumes. So this is drive-in, reefer, flatbed, everything put together in these indexes. It's the highest index that we have to see, what is going on currently in the logistics markets. So we see that outbound tender volumes around Friday, they're about 15,800. Today, they kind of went up a little bit more and came back down there at 15,800, which is still extremely high. If we really go back over the last year and a half, there's about 5 peaks really above that. So the only 5 different times for very short periods of time have volumes being above 15,800. So there is still an extreme high demand for trucks going on right now, which is making our market very sensitive. We have rejection rates. They did react very closely with the increase in volumes. Rejection rates for OTRI has bounced up to 22.5%, so a little bit higher than what it's been here over the previous 2 or 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So we saw, as demand picked up a little bit, so did the rejection rates, kind of letting us know that spot rates in these markets have picked up just a little bit. So it's been very active. Of course, we just had a tropical storm hit the Northeast, which is very important. I don't see that there's going to be a huge response because, it wasn't a storm like Sandy. It is a tropical storm. There are about 150,000 people out of power. There is a lot of flooding going on right now. They've not had a chance to get a full assessment of the situation yet. We should be getting that probably today or maybe tomorrow morning, but they've got to, the floodwaters have to go down before they start sending people in there. It's too dangerous. So stay out of the floodwaters. Don't be running your truck through the floodwaters. but then we'll see what's going on, Anthony. But besides just emergency management responses, there's also going to be a big response from consumers as well. You're going to have companies like let's say Home Depot, for instance. I sat down at their hurricane room 1 year. It is very important for Home Depot to take care of their communities. Right. So they're going to get their stores back open as soon as possible because people need things. They may need batteries if their powers are out. They may need power generators, and they will be getting a lot of power generators in and getting those shipped to there as quick as possible. These will be team-only loads. They will pay the higher prices to get this stuff there to help their neighborhood communities out. And so expect shipments like that. And not just emergency management, but also from the private, the big companies as well. And they'll be getting in case of flooding, shop vacs to help get the water out of your house, fans to help dry, several different cleaners to help clean the carpets and keep the mildew and stains out. There's gonna be a lot of products that are sent up there outside of emergency management that are also going to kind of impact what's going on here. And this is a very sensitive market. So right now here we're at 22.5%, but we have seen rejection rates going up in the Northeast, and is this going to affect it? Well, it might be a day or two before things start picking up and those loads going in the system. They're going to go in there very quickly, and it might turn this back around. So it's very important to keep an eye on what's going on. Let's go ahead and jump in and look at drive-in and reefer, break it down. You'll see most of that private, those big loads probably more hit the drive-in section than the reefer section. So currently, we saw volumes dip back down on drive-in to 11,256, still very high. Rejection rates followed and came down to 23.12%. This will be important to keep an eye on to see if it does turn back around here over the next couple of days. Reefer picked up and it's kind of stayed elevated. It hasn't dropped back down yet, really. Rejection rates are at 34.46%. Which is extremely high. We like to see it over 10%, and here now it's at 34%. But it seems low because for a lot of the year we were running 40, 50%. And there's still a lot of markets, a lot of large markets that have rejection rates in the 60s and 70% range, where less than 1/3 of their loads are being accepted. So jump in and see what's going on in reefer, but also you can kind of break it down here. Looking at my next chart here, I want to see what is going on, what has changed between this time last week and right now in the reefer. And you can see out in the Pacific Northwest, Salt Lake City, Twin Falls, markets in Oregon. And we've been expecting these to pick up. As much as I kind of stumbled last time, it is the end of August. And it came very quickly. And as we get into August and September, you're going to start seeing potatoes out of Idaho, and you're going to start seeing reefer demand pick up in this area up here. And one market that's going to affect very highly is Salt Lake City, because it's hard to get reefer trucks into Idaho. So they'll try to get their trucks into Salt Lake City, and then they'll deadhead the 140 miles up. But you see here in the northeast, a little bit more blue. Rejection rates are picking up because capacity's tight in those areas, because for obvious reasons, storm coming in, got trucks out, now capacity a bit tighter, and through the Midwest. So Midwest is probably still the strongest region to keep your truck in, but if you can help the Northeast out, they're going to need it here over the next few days.
Amazing. Donnie, a true market expert indeed. Thank you so much for this update. We'll be sure to check in with you before the show is over. We're going to go back to Kaylee. What do you have for us?
Thanks, guys. Donnie will have one more carrier update before we wrap up here. We've got another quick break, and then we'll be back with our Director of Carbon Intelligence, Tyler Cole, to talk about last week's episode of Net Zero Carbon. That's in just a few minutes.
What does this have to do with freight? Well, I'm glad you asked. People are wondering what's going to happen with inflation. Is there going to be hyperinflation? When is hyperinflation going to be here? When is there going to be inflation? What's going to happen with inflation? Inflation. This is the sexiest topic within the economy right now.
This iteration of Sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
we're welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
The comprehensive logistics offerings from PowerFleet cover in-cab ELD, fleet management, trailer tracking, cargo monitoring, and tracking other assets such as chassis and intermodal containers. Power up your operations with PowerFleet.
FreightWaves is the #1 source for transportation and logistics news. FreightWaves.com provides you with in-depth news coverage, data, and insights from the leading industry journalists and market experts. On FreightWaves.com, you can also watch the only streaming TV network dedicated to freight. FreightWaves TV provides you with coverage you won't find anywhere else. However you like your news delivered, check us out online or on the FreightWaves app.
And welcome back to FreightWaves Now on this Monday morning. We feature all of our shows here on a rotating basis. Today's freight feature goes to Net Zero Carbon, one of our newest shows here on FreightWaves TV.
Definitely, and one of the more knowledgeable ones that I get a lot of insight from, because between this one and Medically Necessary, it's just two areas that I really need to do a little bit more research around, and I'm so happy that we have individuals like these to kind of keep us up to date.
We've got our Director of Carbon Intelligence, Tyler Cole, on with us this morning. Tyler, welcome to FreightWaves Now. Your guys' episode that aired on Friday was really, really great. You talked to the VP of Technology and Sustainability up at Covenant, Matt McClelland. He's been on our program here at FreightWaves Now. What did you guys discuss in your conversation?
Yeah, good morning, y'all. Thank you. Matt's a great friend of the show. We had him on to discuss Covenant's latest CSR report, which was released this month, where he really dove into the values and the things that Covenant is evaluating as it relates to sustainability and displaying that among their stakeholders, really trying to explain what they're doing as a firm to innovate in that area. It was a great conversation.
When we talked to Matt here, his whole focus was sustainability plans really start at the top level, but that's where you plan it. And it doesn't make sense if that plan doesn't extend to every single level of your organization, and if you can't communicate that plan down the ladder. How did you guys talk about how he plans strategy at Covenant, and then how he could take that advice and put it out to other organizations as they're planning their corporate sustainability strategy?
Sure. Well, Matt mentioned he's got a unique role within the firm. He said he's probably the only one within that firm that has very little to do with the day-to-day operations, because his job is high level, right? When you start to think corporate sustainability strategy, that's where it has to start. And as we see firms making big commitments, that's where it is starting, at the C level, and it's being driven down. Oftentimes it's being driven down from the financial stakeholders to the C level and making them responsible. So some of the things that Matt mentioned that I think are important for other listeners to note is it really is part of the fabric of the organization, right? It's something that you get everybody on board. And this is not just talking about, emissions reductions. It's everything that the company does. The CSR report is really the business's approach to all the things, including social, environmental, values, and how it informs their decision-making process as a firm. And that goes down to, are we recycling at our corporate office? Are we composting? Are we making sure that we have fair pay among genders? Are we representing diversity appropriately? Are we doing everything in our control to try and practice what we preach as a firm, right? So two of the things I think are important that Matt said. One, it starts at the top and is driven down to the lowest levels, and that's through either ongoing employee training or managers having these conversations and carving out time specifically to focus on areas of interest. And two, most firms are not here yet, but we kind of touched on it on the show that we've got to start incentivizing management for reaching some of these goals, right? And that's going to be a hard task as we start to quantify and measure some of these approaches we're trying to take. And that's where he mentioned more around, ESG as compared to CSR.
That was going to be my next thing, was Tyler, CSR versus ESG, the differences between them and what they actually stand for.
Yeah, good point. When you talk sustainability, it's often an alphabet soup that you've got to try to decipher. So the difference would be a CSR, in most cases, has existed because it's really a management approach. It's a philosophy of how you're running your business, what the values are, and how you're going to broadcast that both internally and externally. And oftentimes that can be kind of vague, right? Or at least hard to quantify. We love seeing firms offer their employees, paid time off to volunteer. Right? That's a value that I think we all agree is worthy and needed. But how do you quantify that in a firm's economic performance, right? That's where ESG comes in. ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance, and it's a set of criteria that's more measurable. It's typically used by the investment community when you're evaluating business investments that not only are profitable, but they're ethical as well. And a lot of those standards are continuing to be developed and refined. And I think that's a big push over the next 3 to 5 years, is alignment on what do those measurements actually mean? Are they worthy? Are they quantifiable? And then how do we start driving that adoption of a common set of standards through most value chains?
So choosing which option between the two that you use as a firm to report your sustainability goals can be kind of difficult. Do you have any advice on what people should look for when they're choosing to go each way? Is it very dependent on company's overarching goal, or is it dependent on more of the moving parts of the company as a whole?
Sure, that's a great question. I think it's going to come down to where you sit as a firm, what industry, who your customers and suppliers are, what your financial situation is, whether you're private, public, what kind of pressures are you getting from governments or stakeholders, right? When we're talking to our listeners, a lot of times we're talking to the freight community, and there's, if you're a shipper, you've got a lot more investor pressure if you're a large shipper. And most of those firms are probably already putting out a CSR because it's not just investors, but their customers are starting to demand it, right? And there's a lot of statistics, and Matt mentioned them as well, that everybody says they'll vote with their wallet. And I think that's becoming more and more true, because in the past it really wasn't. But when you look at the rising millennial population, for example, this is a generation that's got not only more and more voting power with their wallet as they become a bigger part of the workforce and have more capital to expend, they also are the first generation that's really digitally native and has the ability to actually do their research and look up which firms are walking the walk and which ones are full of it, to be honest. So I think that percentage of people who are voting sustainably with their wallet from a consumer standpoint is really starting to creep up. But to your point of where do firms start, if you're a logistics service provider or a carrier, you probably don't have a need to go through the extensive ESG reporting requirements because it's very structured and cumbersome. Larger firms most likely need to walk that walk. If you're just starting out on this journey, it really is about how do I put together a social corporate responsibility report? And it doesn't even really have to be that formal. It's just, what do we stand for as a business? Let's put it on paper and let's start to explore how we can improve.
I really like that point that you made about consumers being a lot more conscious about where their people that they're supporting are in their sustainability journey. How do companies cater providing that information to the consumer in a digestible package that makes it seem like they're not trying to hide anything, but then it's also, of course, kind of difficult to lay out all of these metrics and all of these goals and make it understandable to the normal person? Is there some kind of middle ground, or is this something that we could come up with in the industry to make this middle ground for these corporations to report in packages that consumers can understand on an easy basis?
Yeah, I think that's the challenge that we're all facing right now, is figuring out how to make it consumable without making it cumbersome and required, right? That's kind of the delicate balance between CSR, ESG. You look at the CSR report of a lot of big firms, Bridgestone's might be 40 pages and Microsoft's might be 120, right? There's very little consensus, and they're in different industries, right? Each firm's going to be a little bit different. The challenge is not only in getting the message out, which we have much more tools at our disposal now to do that, right? Just with the digital tools we have to broadcast and market ourselves as a firm trying to do good. So, it's if you've got a website, it's an easy place to post a release that you've got a CSR report. The challenge is not getting the data out, in my opinion. The challenge is making sure that you carve out the time to do the proper analysis internally and kind of do like the company heart check and say, all right, we've got to meet monthly, quarterly, annually, whatever it looks like to put these on paper and set yourself some ambitious and yet achievable goals that are realistic and time-based and that you can hold yourself and your employees and your customers, accountable to reaching. It doesn't make sense to start to require someone to go to net zero tomorrow if the technology is not available or affordable from them. It really is. Dan Lewis Convoy said this on our first episode of the show. It's like, it's messy. And it took us a while to figure it out. We spent 2 years before we finally got ours out and understood where we could make an impact and started to broadcast that externally. But that's not an excuse not to get started, right? You may just go ahead and huddle a management group together and start to put this on paper and then revisit it in 6 months. And that's okay. There's no right or proper way today to do this. So just get started. That's the message.
So Tyler, a lot of this is new. This type of reporting isn't really an industry standard or anything like that, but a lot of people are demanding it, a lot more eyes on it. Do you see a future where this becomes the bare minimum or the standard? And if so, how far out do you think we are from that?
I see a future where it's increasingly applicable to the freight industry to be able to provide this information. I think we are woefully behind on the ability to allocate resources and capture data and then communicate that data in a way that informs our customers, right? That's part of the reason we started Carbon Intelligence, was how do we help measure and account for and benchmark ourselves specifically as it relates to carbon emissions and greenhouse gases. But when you start talking about some of these other initiatives, right? CSR, diversity, social values, things like that, it's going to become more and more important in my opinion. And so waiting is not an option. You really have to sit down and start reading the winds of change blowing around you and get started. I don't know in 10 years if it's going to be a pay-to-play type scenario where you're now so far behind the 8 ball that you just lose your business. But a lot of firms in specific industries are approaching it that way. The social right to operate is a real thing. And if you're too far behind in this deal, you're going to start to lose business and top line revenue. And so why not go ahead and get started and start putting the work in and find ways to improve your business? And like, Matt said in their CSR report, this is my favorite quote, it is possible to do business well and still do good. But if you're only focused on that bottom line, you're missing the 8 ball, in my opinion. You're going to be behind in the future.
Tyler, what are you guys working on this week for this week's episode of Net Zero Carbon?
We have got actually several that we are getting in the can this week. So we've got alternative fuels. You heard us talk about biofuels in the past, so we've got an episode coming up on that, as well as some automation. And we'll be sitting down with those guys this week. Looking forward to it.
Excellent. Tyler, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be sure to stay tuned for those.
Thanks, guys.
We will talk to you soon. You can catch Net Zero Carbon right here on FreightWaves TV. That airs every Friday afternoon after Navigate B2B.
That's right. And just like that, we have another special guest with us.
Got Peter Rentschler. He's the CEO of Carrier Direct. We had Ryan Schreiber in studio last week, also from Carrier Direct. And let's kind of piggyback off of that. Ryan was talking to us about how you can up your strategy, up your game strategy. Today, we're talking about upping that growth strategy. Peter, welcome to FreightWaves Now. We're excited to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Kaylee and Anthony. Always looking forward to these monthly conversations.
So getting into it, talking about strategy, I mean, one of my best mentors I've ever had that I've really kind of stuck with me said something that data is data. It doesn't really matter what industry you're in, you find out the big pieces of it and you can apply it. Looking at your background, you have a wealth of experience within strategy. How are you putting that into play with leading Carrier Direct here now?
Yeah, so we're an advisory consulting firm focused on transportation and logistics. So, I mean, I've had the benefit over the last 6 or 7 years of working with hundreds of transportation and logistics providers. And so what we've really been doing A lot of the work that we've done with our clients recently is taking this wealth of experience that we have, both from the work that our business has done, but also the breadth of experience that our team has done, and applying the data that we have access to really helping our clients build growth strategies for their business. I think, we all saw the Inc. 5000 list come out last week, and there were, I think, 200 freight and logistics companies on there. And every single one of those has some sort of intentional data strategy in terms of really data-driven decision making.
So, we mentioned in our topics for today, if you weren't on that list, what's going on? What are you doing that is keeping you from that growth strategy? Of course, we are still in the unprecedented times. I mentioned to Andrew Cox the other day, I said, you know what, I'm really ready for some precedented times here, Andrew. And it's hard to grow when things aren't going your way in the world, but also that can be kind of the best motivating factor, right? Growth happens under stress. Growth happens under pressure. What can you talk to us about some of those strategies that people who did make the Inc. 5000 list employed in their business? And maybe if you were left off that list, how can you take that as a lesson into growing further?
Yeah, it's a great question. And, I laugh when you say you're looking for some precedented times. I fall into the camp that this is starting to become our new normal. The biggest obstacle we see for companies that aren't growing in transportation and logistics right now are really those that are not planning, and those that are making reactive decisions. We see it all the time in hiring, right? Like companies actively looking at customer demand, planning around that, and hiring for it requires a certain level of risk tolerance and forces you to put things in place to build a more scalable business. So many companies made major cuts in 2020 and froze hiring for months and months. But if you look at that list, there are certainly some that made hiring freezes, but within a month or two, they all started ramping up hiring. And actually, many of them doubled their business in 2020 alone. Reactionary decision making applies to more than just people. We had customers that were making significant investments in technology going into COVID that completely stopped because they wanted to make their financials look better. And they maintained not restarting those investments in technologies through 2020. Whereas, there are others that recognize that, hey, the freight market would eventually rebound, and saw that 2020 was really the perfect time to double down on technology investments. And so that by the time the freight market rebounded, they now have new technology to drive better efficiency and ultimately better bottom line.
So Peter, talking about technology, I think that's going to kind of lead into this next one. What are some of the best growth accelerators that a company in our industry can really kind of take on?
Yeah, we talk a lot about having a vision and an intention for what you want to accomplish with your business. Because in 2021, everything really starts with the why. And I think last month we talked about the talent war. It's really hard to not talk about how difficult it is to hire right now. And certainly an edge that you can have for hiring great talent is really having a clear definition of why your business exists. What's the purpose and what's the intention? From there, it starts to get a little bit more tactical, right? It's being really intentional about what's the organizational design, what are the roles and responsibilities, and how do all of those interact? And then what are the processes that those people are doing on a day-to-day basis? I think if you look at those hyper growth companies, at one point or another, all of them made some sort of intentional look at how their roles are structured, what processes they operate, and then how they're incentivized. Are they actually incentivizing the right behavior, and do they have everybody rowing in the same direction, rather than are they just is everybody kind of fighting against each other, if you will? I think from our perspective, everybody talks about technology investments, but we actually see so much potential in just evaluating how the organization is designed, and making sure that you have the right KPIs and compensation and incentives in place to drive the right behavior. We also think that it's a mistake to make material investments in technology until you've really figured out what's the right operating model or design process and comp to support it. Because really, technology should be designed around supporting that operating model and that design.
Peter, you mentioned that growth strategy really has to focus on and have some understanding of your company's level of risk tolerance. But I think that you also have to have some kind of leadership that is willing to be risk-taking. You, as a CEO of Carrier Direct, are obviously in that place of high-level leadership. How do you see those leaders that are on that Inc. 5000 list being those risk takers as well? Do they have more of a forward-leaning personality, and is that kind of standard across the board when it comes to companies that are experiencing this growth and willing to make those changes to help their company grow?
Yeah, it's a really great question, and I do actually believe that leaders who grow faster do have higher risk tolerances. We were also very lucky and fortunate to have made the Inc. 5000 list for the third time or this year. And if I look back at 2020, I mean, we're in many cases we're discretionary business. So our many of our customers, ran into cash flow issues or put projects on hold. And what our business did was instead of doing mass layoffs and kind of cutting, we ended up retaining talent, keeping people on, and investing in assets that we could use to help run our projects more efficiently in the future. And we also actually did quite a bit of work for customers and clients that have been good to us in the past, just kind of on a pro bono basis. And so, I mean, what that led to for us was that in Q3, Q2 and Q3 were tough, but by the time Q4 came around and then the beginning of 2021, we accelerated exponentially. And since pre-COVID, we've more than doubled the size of our business. I think that that's a really consistent theme that you see with those that were on the Inc. 5000 list. They did what was right for their partners, their clients, their customers, and weren't so focused on the immediate bottom line impact. And I think that it does take a certain level of risk tolerance and also maybe some creative maneuvering of cash flow to really be able to do that.
So Peter, of course, congratulations for the third year appearance on the Inc. 5000. When you're looking at this list, or people that are striving to be on this list, companies that are growing, that look in the mirror, what are some of the advice or talking points you can take in really assessing what might be going wrong internally as a company in order to kind of be a little bit more successful or even kind of make an appearance on this list?
Yeah, thank you. And also certainly a congratulations to FreightWaves for being very high on the list. And I think they're their first time making it. Really exciting for what the FreightWaves team has accomplished in such a short time. We've talked a lot about risk tolerance. I actually think one of the best things that a company, that any business can do is take a really honest look at where their business is today. And as hard as it may seem, we highly recommend a dedicated individual or team that does an evaluation of your business that has an understanding of what best in class looks like. When you're stuck working in the day-to-day, working in the business, it's really hard to pull yourself out and actually see where there may be gaps or shortcomings, because it's so easy to rationalize why something is a certain way. We look at it as this is a great project for a new executive hire or someone in kind of in a leadership role. And it takes a lot of discipline to not have that person jump into working in the business and have them take a month or two of evaluating and sharing their observations and insights. Likewise, if you're not able to dedicate an individual or a group, this is also a great time to bring in outside help, bringing in a fresh perspective and really giving an honest analysis and evaluation of the state of the business. That's really kind of the launching point for making any sort of real change, is a real honest understanding of where the business is today.
Peter, you've given some props to you guys at Carrier Direct. You've given some props to us. Let's take your opinion on your other standouts on who made the list. What companies do you see up there and poised for more growth moving forward throughout the rest of 2021?
I'm sure that there's some better name for this, but obviously one of the most popular and most talked about companies in transportation and logistics right now is Molo. I think it is absolutely incredible what Andrew and Matt and their entire team have accomplished over the last 3 or 4 years. Particularly, I think that they are a great example of leading with empathy and vulnerability. They're out of all of the companies that we work with and talk to, they're one of the few that doesn't that doesn't put hiring at the top of their list for challenges. And I really truly believe that a lot of that is around the culture that they've built and the vulnerability that Andrew has shared. I mentioned FreightWaves. I do want to point out, in the context of looking at risk, like FreightWaves is a really interesting company that made a number of acquisitions through the pandemic. And I think that that's a really great example of doubling down and making risky bets that have paid off exponentially. Another company, another standout to me, Ally Logistics, is based out of Grand Rapids. Those guys started a few years ago. They've been really doubling down on growth. I remember we were catching up with them at one point, and they've signed something like a 10 or 12,000 square foot office lease, even when they only had 20 or 30 people, because they were so confident in their ability to scale into it. And they creatively negotiated lease terms to be able to have kind of like an accelerating rate. So they're only paying for the space that they're using, but they've locked in the whole 10,000 square feet. That's a really good example of making a smart, calculated risk based on demand that you're seeing, but still controlling and hedging against it. So those are just a few standouts from my perspective.
Peter, absolutely amazing. It's been great having you on as always. Where can people reach out if they want to hear more from you or get in touch with you for services at Carrier Direct?
Yeah, so our website is carrierdirect.com. If you fill out a contact form, on there, it comes to me and a couple of other folks on our team. Likewise, I'm on LinkedIn. You just look me up, Peter Rentschler, and I'm very, very responsive to messages there. Also on our website, you can find my direct contact email. If you go to our team and I think click on my picture, you can get access to my email. Very open about all of that.
Peter, thank you so much again for joining us. We'll talk to you next month.
Great. Thanks for having me. Appreciate the time.
No problem. Always great stuff there. Go check out the rest of those companies up on the Inc. 5000 list if you haven't checked it out yet.
That's right. I mean, happy that we made the list and so high. Hoping to make it again even higher next year.
Let's toss you another quick break. We'll come back with a look at this week's episode of At Your Doorstep and another shipper update.
FreightWaves is the #1 source for transportation and logistics news. FreightWaves.com provides you with in-depth news coverage, data, and insights from the leading industry journalists and market experts. On FreightWaves.com, you can also watch the only streaming TV network dedicated to freight. FreightWaves TV provides you with coverage you won't find anywhere else. However you like your news delivered, check us out online or on the FreightWaves app.
This iteration of Sonar is our most powerful solution yet, built specifically for the power user. The inspiration behind FreightWaves was the Bloomberg of freight.
We are welcoming two extremely special guests to the show. One of them is the real Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort. Jordan, thank you for joining us on the air.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
The idea of the FreightWaves Live experience is to bring you into the action, make you a part of the experience.
My name is Richie Daigle, and I'm a Sonar sales executive. Something that not everybody knows about me is I spent 3.5 years as a pitcher in the San Diego Padres organization. What do I love about Chattanooga? It's a great place to be if you love adventure. My wife and I love getting out hiking with our dogs. Yeah, it's a great place to be if you love the outdoors and love a sense of adventure in your life. Yeah, whether it's trying to help clients solve problems or help them find ways to capitalize on opportunities, I strive to help people use data to think proactively. I enjoy chess, and so if I can help people think 3 or 4 moves down the road and get out ahead of some of these changes and trends in the market, I feel really good, because I feel like thinking proactively and getting out ahead of those market fluctuations is a great way to succeed in this day and age. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. Love to chat with you. You can reach me via email or phone.
So you know what one of my favorite shows here is at FreightWaves?
Economy Lately.
At your doorstep. And I love it because it takes such a high-level macro industry like freight and makes it a little bit more palatable for those that might not be deep into industry.
And today we're talking about the specifics of the gig economy, which not a lot of people are familiar with on that deep level, as you mentioned. They think of its surface as Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, those app-based drivers. Very fitting in the time we just talked to John Kingston about AB5. Let's check it out. Steve King from research talking to me a little bit about what's going on in the gig economy, why so many people made the choice to get into the gig economy during the pandemic. So how has participation in the gig economy changed broadly over the last, let's say, 5 years, but then specifically with the COVID-19 pandemic? And we can take this both from an employee and an employer standpoint. Are more employees flooding the gig worker workplace because maybe they were let go by their full-time employer? And then are more employers becoming more willing to accommodate these gig workers as part of their employment strategy?
Yeah, so let me start with the last 5 years. It's the number of gig workers, broadly defined, has been growing, and it's been growing at about 2.5 to 3 times the rate of overall employment over that pre-COVID period, and most of that growth came from part-timers supplementing their income or pursuing a passion, but part-timers in general. So we've seen a steady growth in this segment now for well over a decade. We've been tracking it for over a decade. So it's been a long-term trend of growth. COVID's interesting. The impacts, employment overall fell substantially, and gig economy employment fell last year in 2020. We had it declining about 13%. So we actually had it declining at a higher rate than traditional employment, not by a whole lot, but a higher rate. But since starting last summer, we started to see a surge in independent workers, and we've seen that surge continue. And that's been driven, initially it was driven by the need for supplemental income or the need for income, because so many people did lose their jobs. So many people had their hours cut, incomes fell. So we saw a surge in independent work starting for that reason. Going into this year, we've seen that surge continue. A lot of people are reevaluating their relationship with work and what they want to do with their lives. Not unusual when you have a massive shock. We saw a little bit of this back in the Great Recession of 2008, go back to the Depression in the 30s or some of the other big shocks. This is a common reaction. And a lot of them are then, because of that, saying, I really do want the freedom and flexibility, and I'm going to go start my own business of some sort. There's also something called YOLO, you only live once. It's very popular with millennials. I don't know your age, but based on watching you on TV here, you may have friends that have just said, YOLO, I'm only going to live once, so I'm not going to be beholden to a corporate master. And so we've seen a real surge, and we're just getting some numbers in now, and it's pretty strong. And the third driver with that is we now have all of these platforms that make it cheaper and easier to start your own business. Mm-hmm. And economic theory is real clear on this. If you make something cheaper and easier, more people do it. So that's happening. Over on the employer side, employers, meanwhile, are saying to themselves, I need to be more agile. I need to be more flexible. I need to be able to have my costs, reduce my fixed costs and add to my variable costs. So if business goes down, my costs go down. If business goes up, I can ramp up quickly also. And because of that, they're telling us that they're increasing their use of gig workers versus traditional employees. And that's a very consistent message from corporations in all parts of the economy.
Hello and welcome to the Shipper Update. I'm lead economist here at FreightWaves, Anthony Smith, and let's jump into what I have behind me. And what I have is non-defense capital goods new orders, excluding aircraft, on a year-over-year change. We have that in the blue line, and in the green line, we have, of course, our very own flatbed outbound tender rejection index. And so what we're looking at is some expectations or what's going to happen later on in the week. And what we have coming out is that's going to get updated is, of course, this long-winded title of non-defense capital goods new orders, excluding aircraft. And so why we care about this. I kind of mentioned about what it actually meant in the last shipper update, talking about business-to-business activity. So looking at it, it's going to be indicative of what's happening at the manufacturing level. And I don't want to say business confidence, but it does show businesses making more capital expenditures. And so these capital expenditures, we care about it within freight and logistics because it's going to lead to more flatbed volumes, first off. But it's also going to be indicative of downstream impacts, of course, and that's going to be the theme of this segment here, downstream impacts, because we're looking at these machineries being placed. That's going to lead to expectations of more production, more goods being made, more stuff going on throughout the economy. And so businesses have to feel confident about their standing right now in order to make these new orders, in order to expect to make a return on putting these machinery in place. And so back to it, what we're looking at with expectations in the coming week, we were calling for a peak earlier on in the year, and that peak has been met. We're likely going to see some downward movement here, but not going to be indicative of decline or a fall off within manufacturing. It's going to be more indicative of a moderating trend, growth, but just slower growth nonetheless. But so when we're looking at it, we're going to expect that moderating, that slower medium style trend to kind of go throughout the remainder of 2021, slow throughout 2022, but no signs as of now of overt decline that's going to happen within manufacturing. So we're looking at non-defense capital goods new orders. It's just that new orders. And you might think, what does an order have to do with actual transportation? It starts early on. So the movement of these commodities, these raw materials that have to be in place at these manufacturers, at these factories in order to even begin production. So these new orders get placed, these invoices go out, these new orders get placed. Those things then get produced. Those produced things get shipped throughout the country. And of course, it all comes back down to flatbed trailers and other forms of transportation that's going to haul those goods throughout the country. And so looking at our next chart, we have another segment that's going to be impactful and meaningful, and that's going to be home purchasing sentiment index. And so looking at the housing market, construction, of course, that's going to be impactful for freight and transportation at the surface level, looking at the movement of building product materials. And of course, that's important. And what we're looking at as some of the limiters within home purchasing is going to be, of course, around those inventories, new and existing inventories, but mainly existing inventories. That's going to make up well over 90% of home transactions. It's going to be existing home sales. And so looking at this, we're seeing this downward movement. It's still at a very subdued level compared to pre-pandemic. And so looking at that, we're seeing that a lot of buyers are discouraged right now, even though they might be on a good footing, might have a good job, good income coming in. Getting priced out of the market is going to be discouraging. So we're seeing a lot of the people that respond to the survey here saying that, I want to buy a house. It's just a really bad time to buy a house right now. I can't get these prices. And some of the report in the latest data that just came out just 48 minutes ago for existing home sales really backs that. We're seeing that the new inventory of homes are still down 12% compared to a year ago. Now, that seems very harsh and very high because that's going to be double-digit levels of decline. But it's a little bit more of an improvement than where we were last year. We also saw that the median home price is going to be up 17.8%. That's going to be very much a limiter. So we're going to be watching this segment closely. And one of the big things that we're seeing within housing starts, how that's traditionally been also a mover of flatbed activity. Some of those are just going to be stuck in this starting phase, and those completions are going to be extended as builders really struggle to work through these backlogs of homes that they have on their plate right now. So of course, we care about this because of the downstream impacts, not just the movement of freight and building products, materials, but also the downstream impacts of these homes being filled with new furniture and appliances and things like that, which are also, again, on backlog. That's been the Shipper Update. Kaylee, back to you.
And if you want more great information like that, check out Economy Lately up with Anthony Smith every single week. It's great stuff there. You can find it on YouTube and up on freightwaves.com. Don't miss that. We've got another quick break on the way, and then we'll be back with a recap of this morning's headlines and another look at weather.
What does this have to do with freight? Well, I'm glad you asked. People are wondering what's going to happen with inflation. Is there going to be hyperinflation? When is hyperinflation going to be here? When is there going to be inflation? What's going to happen with inflation? Inflation. This is the sexiest topic within the economy right now.
The comprehensive logistics offerings from PowerFleet cover in-cab ELD, fleet management, trailer tracking, cargo monitoring, and tracking other assets such as chassis and intermodal containers. Power up your operations with PowerFleet.
Welcome back to FreightWaves Now. Appreciate you joining us this morning. I want to talk about one of the other large wildfires out west. This is in Eastern California, the Caldor Fire. And it's only a little more than a week old, but it's more than 100,000 acres in size already. It's been expanding quickly. Crews had a really hard time last week because of the high winds, the weather, and trying to get this under control. It's only 5% contained. Here's a look at it in Sonar Critical Events. It's not far from the Nevada border. Parts of U.S. Highway 50 near the fire have been shut down from time to time, except for the firefighting crews, of course, and the first responders. But, you know, this one just one of several dozen large fires out west where crews have had trouble containing these fires, suppressing the fires too. They're just kind of constrained on resources because there are so many large fires across the West. In about 11 western states right now, there's several dozen fires. So this is, well, let's check out the numbers. Maybe you're wondering, you know, because last year was a pretty bad year as far as wildfires. How does this year compare? Unfortunately, it's worse. Year to date, compared to this time last year, we have many, many more fires out there, a few thousand more. They're burning more acreage, more than 4.5 million acres compared to a little more than 3 compared to this time last year. So unfortunately, it's a worse situation. All these areas are just under severe and exceptional droughts now for a year or more, and they just haven't had enough rain. But I want to thank certainly all the firefighting crews that are out there trying to get these fires under control. This is video from a helicopter drop, a nighttime drop at the Caldor Fire in Eastern California. They're doing everything they can with the constrained resources that they have available across all these states where these fires are burning. So the unfortunate thing, guys, is that there's really no significant rain in the forecast for the coming weeks, possibly even over the next 2 months. It's just going to remain really dry with probably below average precipitation and above average temperatures. It's going to remain fairly hot in these areas too. And the drought's just going to go on and on.
Nick, I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but once fires jump a state line, like they jump from California into Nevada, is there like a 2-team state firefighting effort, or is it more federally centralized?
That's a very good question. I don't know the exact answer, but I imagine both states are going to be involved, maybe also federal. But I would imagine that agencies from both of the states are certainly going to be involved if that happens. But I'll look into that a little bit more. That's a really good question.
Always here with the good questions on your Monday morning. Thanks, Nick. Let's recap our set of headlines this morning for you. Port Houston is moving forward on its plans to widen and deepen the Houston Ship Channel. It signed an agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers. The project will cost $1.1 billion, could finish as quickly as 2025. Forecasts have the project generating $200 million in economic impact once it is complete.
That's right. And every Monday, we look at some of the best feel-good stories from around the logistics industry with Grace Sharkey's article, The Logbook. The first story features team members from container supplier Cargo Store Worldwide and Kushi and Nagel skydiving together to raise money for several causes. The team members took a 13,000-foot fall together with skydiving team, the Red Devils.
And also in the logbook this week, DHL Global Forwarding has successfully delivered 4 million COVID-19 vaccines to countries lacking vaccine infrastructure, including Jamaica, Kenya, and Indonesia. The company has delivered more than 731 million vaccine doses total so far during the pandemic to a total of 15 different countries.
You can find all of these headlines and a lot more content on freightwaves.com. Be sure to tune in there. Also, be sure to stay tuned now because we're going to go to Donnie Gilbert with our final carrier update of the day. Hello and welcome to the Carrier Update, brought to you by, of course, Powerfleet. I'm here with the one and only Donnie Gilbert. What do you have for us?
So we all know that a tropical storm came in and hit directly on Rhode Island. But of course, the rains are all spread out and around. Looking here at our map here, this is our critical, or this is actually one of my inbound tender rejection rates when we change maps, but I have the weather laid up over top of it here. And there's a lot of rain that's coming in right now. And it's still, still coming in as of this morning. And there's going to be a lot of flooding starting around, New Jersey, New York, going all the way up the Northeast corridor. So it didn't hit as a hurricane, which was good. Nick said that it might weaken and hit as a tropical storm, and that's exactly what it did. So yes, there was still some storm surge. Yes, there's still some flooding. We're looking at it. It's looking like 50, 60,000 people are out of power right now between New Jersey all the way through Boston currently, which is still not good because there's some warm weather coming. But as far as carriers go, you might kind of pay attention and maybe see if you have loads that people are wanting to run, Chicago to Boston, Philadelphia to Boston. You may need to be careful of those roads right now. It looks like all the major freeways, they're open right now. There's no congestion or nobody shut down because of flooding on the major freeways to the Northeast. But once you get off those freeways and get on those highways or maybe the smaller roads, state routes that are going into these shippers, you could have some problems there when those roads get around creeks or rivers or whatnot. So you need to check your routes, check your shippers, make sure they're open, and before you head into those areas. And the best thing to do is if you can wait 24, 48 hours before you pick that load up, that will be the best idea right now. Do they need that load right now? We talked about that. Is it, is it water, food, or is it sand or salt? So double check on that. And again, we're not going to see a big impact on the freight industry with this. You probably are going to see rates go up for freight going in the Northeast because people don't want to go there already. And now you add this on there, they're just going to want to avoid that area because sometimes when you get into those disaster areas, it's really just, people just don't want to mess with the flooding roads or is this road open, is this shipper open, and the problem. So they'll just stay away. So here on the next chart here, we can kind of see, and this is pretty typical here. When you start seeing disaster areas start picking up here, such as a hurricane, you'll see on here, on your left here, inbound tender rejection rates. You'll see those start jumping up here. And it looks like carriers responded pretty quickly. Here on the 15th, 16th, you see rejection rates start jumping up. And this is going, inbound into New Jersey, inbound into New York, and I also pulled the Boston market. So these are inbound tender rejection rates, and these shippers reacted fairly quickly. And again, if they're trying to get their equipment, keep it from going into an area that they know a quote at the time was a Category 1 hurricane coming in. They weren't sure if it was going to hit as a Category 1. They don't want to lose their equipment. They don't want, flooding. It's not worth the risk of running your truck through floodwaters because of the damages that can be done. Just the water getting in through seals that it shouldn't and getting in parts of your motor, transmission, drivetrain. It's not. So a lot of these carriers, they want to keep their trucks out of harm's way. And if somebody else wants to do it for a higher price, they're more than willing to let them do that. But as you affect that inbound, of course, there's shippers that are rushing to get their freight out of there. Like, hey, I need to get this shipped right now, real quick. So you see the outbound pick up a little bit too. And a lot of this was just a few percentage points, but a couple percentage points in this short amount of time shows a lot of upward pressure on these markets. And that's kind of how you see a hurricane react. And this is small right now, but I'm kind of telling you this now just in case a larger one hits in the Gulf maybe or whatever on the eastern seaboard.
Speed, agility, efficiency. It's who we've always been and what defines us as we race ahead, adapting to a changing world. Today, we're setting the standard, creating the industry's first end-to-end supply chain technology platform. As new innovations move us forward, it's our people and the exceptional service they provide that sets us apart. Together, we outpace the competition and deliver results, providing high-tech, high-touch solutions that transform our clients' businesses. We outsmart and outwit every challenge with the experience to see what's on the horizon and the momentum to create what's next. We are bold. We are relentless. We are visionary. And the impact we have on our clients and across our industry will change everything. We are Trans Impact.
Reliance Partners was built by people who have a deep understanding of the trucking and freight broker industries. You already have plenty of obstacles along the road. Insurance doesn't need to be one of them. Reliance Partners. Focus on your destination. Let us watch your back. Visit ReliancePartners.com to get a quote today.
At Skybits, we've been providing asset monitoring solutions longer than anyone for trailers, intermodal containers, and all types of remote assets. Our entire customer success team is dedicated to helping you extract, analyze, and act on the data we capture to maximize capacity, reduce costs, and eliminate downtime, making you smarter, safer, more productive, and more profitable. Skybits. Smart assets. Proven results.
If you want to learn more about Lean Solutions Group and how we're helping companies in the transportation space augment their workforce, feel free to visit us at leangroup.com for more information.
Hey there, welcome into another COVID-19 update sponsored by AIT Worldwide Logistics. AIT is a global freight forwarder with more than 85 locations worldwide, providing sea, air, and ground solutions for customers in nearly every industry. Today I'm joined by Vaughn Moore, AIT's president and CEO. He became an owner in AIT in 2012 after leading his team in executing a friendly leverage buyout of the company. He's a 25-year industry veteran with a diverse background including extensive sales, public speaking, recruiting, and management experience. Vaughn, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you, Andrew. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you today.
Yeah, the pleasure is mine, Vaughn. Let's talk about this capacity crunch. It's been affecting the freight forwarding industry ever since really the beginning of the pandemic. How long do you think this situation is going to persist?
Well, the first thing I'd say is by this time, we had all hoped that we'd have a little bit more of the port congestion solved. It is not solved. I would also tell you that we probably didn't expect to have all three aspects, air, ocean, ground, affected as deeply with capacity as it is today. So I would say from a timing standpoint, we're all trying to do our best to be prognosticators as industry veterans are even surprised by what's going on right now. But I would say that we won't see any real I think, solution to it until Q2 of next year at the earliest. So we're probably looking after Chinese New Year, especially on the ocean side. But I believe it's affecting, as I say, air and ground too. So we're certainly seeing a lot of uncertainty, but we also have the Delta variant out there, which could throw another wrench into the plans.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the Delta variant. It seems to be all the headlines, whether you're in the US, UK, or anywhere in the world right now. How is the Delta variant impacting your supply chain?
Well, a little too early to tell at this point, but the one thing it's doing is causing uncertainty. So what it is, hopefully everyone is planning for being able to figure out if you have to move to a shutdown, if you're in a certain city or country, you're making sure you're making those adjustments for your own company. As many of us were trying to get people back into the office during this time. But so we have to be able to plan for that, make sure that we're on top of it. We see different countries coming up with different rules and regulations. Even in the U.S., we're seeing it different by each city. So we're just having to watch that and be very diligent, I would say, making sure that we're protecting our customer base and our employee base throughout that process. So, but it's an interesting time for us in the industry. It's the hottest it's ever been in M&A. Mergers and acquisitions have never been hotter, and the performance in the industry across the board has never been better. So it's an unusual time, to say the very least.
Yeah, Vaughn, AIT has been a very active participant in the space. You guys have been on a torrid pace, really, 7 acquisitions already. What is making this market so hot for M&A and freight forwarding in particular?
Again, I reiterate the performance of the industry as a whole. Logistics is a hot industry, one that performs well, whether there's a pandemic or a recession or whatever's going on. We seem to be able to weather that storm. And that says a lot about the people that are in the industry, the companies that are healthy. They're popping their heads up now and saying, hey, maybe this is the time to sell. Multiples are at all-time highs in some cases. And more importantly, the companies that are doing the buying are in a healthier position than they've been in years. So maybe this is the time for them to snatch up those companies and add value to what they're building. And that's certainly what we have done here at AIT Worldwide Logistics. So opportunity is ripe. And I know that this is especially true for companies that are healthy, and they can take advantage of the market for the next probably year to 2 years.
Vaughn, that makes a great point. You know, healthy balance sheets on either valuation side, on a seller side, and healthy balance sheets from the buyers. It's a good time to be in the M&A market. Vaughn, thanks so much for your time and insights today.
I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
All right, everyone, that's been another COVID-19 update sponsored by AIT Worldwide Logistics. Stay tuned to freightwaves.com for more from AIT and from us here at FreightWaves. Thank you.
And good afternoon. Welcome to Navigate B2B here on FreightWaves TV. Let me take you into the fastest 30 minutes in ocean freight television. I'm Steve Ferrer, your host, and let's jump into walking in your living room and taking you to the stories that matter most to you. Here's the stories I'm covering this week, and we'll get into them in today's episode. We're talking about India, advertising, the one-man theory of COVID in Chinese ports. We're talking Bulk Container Lines as a new entrance into the Trans-Pacific maritime trade. We're talking about Walmart, Home Depot charters, and much, much more. So let's get right into the news. India. One of the things that I found in my practice is India has made an incredible comeback. I put together a brief chart for you guys to help indicate the responsiveness of how India has rebounded from COVID. And I am telling you that one of the great things about the Indian supply chain is they do cater to more of the apparel, the garments, and the higher end materials. So India products, while maybe not that expensive to produce, sell real well. And you can see here that the number of shipments, this is not containers. I wanted to give you a feel for the number of shipments coming out of India. 164,000 year to date out of India. Again, the TEU count is going to be much different than that. But what was important for me to contrast for you guys is the 64,000 in the COVID year and then 114 in a normal year. So India is back, and it's back, in my opinion, big time. And let me explain why it's important that India is back. Is that this is not just your normal run-of-the-mill kind of e-commerce type product. No, this is the materials that go right into your neighborhood mall, into your brick and mortar store, into your footwear store. And these are the types of cargoes that bring the shopper back into the popular name garment store, popular name department store. India products are well made, they're priced well, and typically they're much more heavily promoted at the retail brick and mortar level. And this tells me a little indicator of Steve's Nostradamus type procrastination, that the brick and mortar stores are coming back. And we're going to talk a little bit more about some of our new segments coming up on FreightWaves. But our second story of the day that's really very interesting to me is the issue of advertising. One of the things that I found in ocean freight is there really are not a lot of new innovations in our industry. And I know McKinsey and I think the Boston Consulting Group came out with a few studies on how to better innovate ocean freight. Now, when I was at Sealand many years ago, we came up with the concept that we should put these metal frames, thin aluminum frames on the outside, external of the container, and put in advertisements, right, for, a consumer packaged good or software company, a toy company. We really didn't do much with that experiment other than just kind of get it to the phase where we could do it operationally. But I think there's a new way to look at advertising in container shipping and bring the cost of your ocean freight lower and lower. You, the viewer of our great show here on Navigate B2B. Let me show you an example of a good example of advertising on a container. And this is one that I did, I picked FreightWaves as an example. Just what if FreightWaves, what if XYZ company went to the ocean vendors and let's say the advertiser paid a placement fee and there was a co-branding or co-manufacturing of the container, but the containers were branded with the advertiser's logo, Coke or Pepsi or whatever, High C, whatever it is the product is, Planters Peanuts. And if you had these global containers going around, I lived in Hong Kong. So you think about the advertising and these Hong Kong neon signs. It's just in your face 24/7. Now, the advantage is, do you remember like the old Net Zero used to have this internet, right? Where you could get zero internet as long as you watch. Think of this. Think of a new world in the container space where beneficial cargo owners, instead of getting the gray box from carrier XYZ for $8,000, they get a advertising sanctioned box at $7,250. So I think that by accepting a advertising container box, this could help lower the cost of shipping. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. You're thinking, so if I'll use an example that we'll talk about later in our show. If Walmart got a JCPenney's box, or if JCPenney's got a Walmart advertised box, I think you're able to pick and choose. Which ones will you accept? Which ones will you not accept? And I'm talking about to give the beneficial cargo owner options. But I think my hot take on this is that it's one possible idea to help lower the landed cost. And this is not a difficult operational issue to broach, with the Madison Avenue types, the sponsors, and the ocean vendors. And the reason why this idea came to Steve is that I see, with all the different charters going on now, the immense number of leased containers or ship-owned containers coming out of manufacturing factories. And I've been in the industry nearly 40 years, and I have never seen and even never heard of some of the factories that are now producing containers on a mass production basis. And so for me to see this, it's very, I mean, if I'm Sony, if I'm Microsoft, if I'm Google, can you imagine seeing a box of Microsoft Xbox containers, with everything Xbox branded? It's a stunning possibility, and one I think that as we start to look at, the the various wonders of shipping, we often think about in ocean freight that the only innovations that we've had, as you and I speaking together to each other as shippers and beneficial cargo owners or fellow practitioners is, a container, a ship, a double stack train, a high speed crane, and, some inland efficiencies. But not much has happened, right, to really change the wave of container shipping. And I think this is one that has a lot of legs to it. Moving on that, I think that this is something we could see within a year. And I actually predict that with the traction of my idea and other thought leaders in marketing and strategy, we'll actually see this take place. Moving on to our next story, the one-man theory. I think that the one-man theory is a theory that was associated with the port of Ningbo closing due to the COVID issues and the Chinese restrictions on COVID, the high regulation of COVID testing in China. And so now that Ningbo is gradually reopening and we're getting some more efficiencies there, we still have, of course, tremendous backlogs in the maritime industry of vessels awaiting to dock. However, the one-man theory seems to be alive and well. And for example, the next potential domino in the chain in China, could it be Shanghai? Could it be Yantian, Sheko, another major Zungang? Could it be another major Chinese port that continues to perpetuate this container-geddon effect that we're still feeling so dearly here in the USA? I asked you to help me predict the future. As a matter of fact, we will have a new segment coming up as we improve and increase our show and our specialization to you guys. Steve Nostradamus. This is going to be a great new segment where you can ask me anything about. We'll talk about future takes in ocean shipping. That email is not live right now, but I just wanted to give you, that's me channeling Nostradamus. And we will have an Ask Steve Nostradamus segment, as well as many other new innovations here on Navigate B2B. So, but I think that's a really interesting channel to look at in terms of where we go from here with the one-man theory, China and COVID. And I know that, as I frequently cite my good friend and a great author here on FreightWaves, Greg Miller on American Shipper, writing some great stories about China and COVID and where we might go from here. But it's a slippery slope because, as you guys know, as my great readers and viewers that are watching me right now, the whole system can crash quite easily. And to see another black swan appear is something I think none of us are really ready for. We probably know what will happen, but it is difficult to prepare for these black swans. Our next story is Bell Container Lines. I find it fascinating that stories have come out of China with Chinese entrepreneurs buying small container ships and speculating on the cost of charter ships as each person tries to grab their own little piece of the container pie. Now, Bell Container Lines is nothing like that. Bell, BAL, is a successful intra-Chinese container operator, intra-Asia, that has made the foray into the trans-Pacific eastbound trade. And one of the things that's really interesting about BAL is that they've used fairly small vessels. They've had 4 vessels already that have completely gone under the radar of the American press, other than yours truly. And BAL has already had 4 successful arrivals into the U.S. And those 4 sailings, those 4 arrivals have, in my professional opinion, generated nearly $40 million in gross revenue for Bell Container Lines. It's just 4 ships. And we're not talking about large TEU ships at all. I think these are really kind of more moderate sized container ships. And I do think that BAL has got a leg up because these are fully containerized, not multi-purpose vessels. The difference between multi-purpose vessels and fully containerized is you probably have seen multi-purpose vessels. They have their own ship-operated cranes. They have hatches, which could allow for grain and bulk services, bulk commodities, whereas BAL container line ships are, strictly containers, and containers only fit in the hold of the ships. And the hatch covers cover the containers in the hold, and then more containers are stacked on top of the hatch covers. You compare that to the multi-purpose vessels that have come in for some of the retailers like Home Depot and Walmart, and you have them a completely different type of ship, where they're more multi-purpose in nature and rely much more heavily on excellent lashing. And lashing, for all those that are uninitiated on container shipping, is basically the X's, the wireframe X's that hold the container in place that prevent, maritime disasters like the one Apis incident that one network Express had. Now, again, I'm not saying that lashing had anything to do with the one Apis incident in the Trans-Pacific, where that ship lost over 1,000 containers. And again, there's a maritime expert, there's a storm, there's other factors that cause containers to go over, no matter how well the containers are lashed. So but we always have to keep, safety and security in play whenever we're talking about these kind of vessels. But again, BAL container lines, hats off to BAL container lines for a under the radar great start to the Trans-Pacific. Welcome to BAL container lines. Oh, incidentally, I did a study on the contents of what was on BAL container lines ships and vessels. It wouldn't surprise you to know that it was those ships, those containers were highly utilized by NVOCCs, especially Chinese NVOCCs. I'm just going from memory, but I believe Dewell NVOCC had a number of containers on the BAL ships. And again, the reason why that is done like that is that the NVOCC de facto becomes the USA sales agent for BAL, since BAL doesn't have its own staff. So it's not unreasonable to see an upstart like BAL container lines utilizing the services of NVOCCs to help populate their vessels. So we'll have more on that as we see that come through. One of our news stories, or just a story that we're following, we're getting a lot of the information through press releases that we're seeing for, respectively, both Home Depot and Walmart in releasing public statements with their earnings that they've had charter ships that they contracted for to help them get the better of inventory management and to get those important items that they're low on inventory back onto the shelves. I think it was interesting for me to look at the contents, for example, of the recent Walmart charters that have come into the country. Walmart in general is an interesting charter situation, since they've used their own 53-foot containers to not only move those containers for intermodal purposes into the United States, but also to in a very how should I say this, light and fluffy way, utilize the container space in those 53s for lightweight commodities. Why am I saying it like that? Well, typically a normal 40-foot or 45-foot, 40 high cube ISO ocean container, is made of heavy gauge steel, and it has certain loadability characteristics, certain stackability characteristics on the vessel. And just to the layperson, and maybe I'm even a layperson on this one, because 53-foot containers, while more popular on the domestic side, are not so well situated to to proper stowage and the actual correct stowage and weight allocations on a container ship. So I think when you have I know when you have a 53-foot container in play, that you have to load it not all the way, right? So it's like a little bit full. And it's interesting to me because when I tore through the Walmart data on this topic, it seemed to me that what Walmart was trying to do is not move anything heavy in those containers like furniture or hand tools or auto jacks or any kind of those type of mass merchant consumer moves that are quite heavy. I remember the old craftsman tool line at Sears. That's what comes to my mind is something that's very heavy. But anyway, what Walmart did was basically use more of the fluff cargo, for example, backpacks or pen and pencil kits or back to school stuff or pumpkin Halloween decorations. And it's an interesting study for me because if you look at it holistically, the fact that low value cargo has trouble getting on the ships these days. I'm not talking just for Walmart. I'm just talking for the average importer. If you have a $20, $30, $40, $50,000 valuation of your product, it's very difficult to pay a $10, $12, $15,000 container rate. Although that's nowhere near what Walmart pays, obviously, because of their preferred contracting, and even I'm sure their sharp ability to construct these charter rates in the way that make sure that they're going to get the product at all possible costs. Anyway, I think that the Walmart incident was or the Walmart opportunity is very interesting to me because Walmart has departments like Department 1, Department 2, Department 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so on and so forth. Each department represents a type of commodity. For example, Department 5 might be stationery, Department 6 might be apparel, and so on and so forth. And so what it seemed to me that Walmart was doing is that they were almost pre-sorting different departments, meaning a mixture of product into their charter ships, as opposed to, 18 containers of patio furniture or, 8 containers of window treatments, blinds and shades, et cetera, et cetera. So a really interesting strategy on the part of Walmart, and we'll see if they have future charters. You'll hear it firsthand here. And by the way, I want to thank you guys again, my precious friends and audience out there watching Navigate B2B. I'm your host, Steve Ferrara. And the charter story just keeps going on and on and on and on. As I said, I know of at least 15 charters that I'm privy to. One of the charters is really interesting. I know that there's a Asia-based small vessel operator called Express Feeders. And I know that they've been actively supplying some retailers with some vessels. It's interesting to see their vessels coming into the USA trade. Again, most of these vessels are all flying under the radar. And obviously your first thought is, well, tell us more. This is very it's a sexy story, right? Everyone wants to know more about the charters. I think the balance here is that the retailers obviously are trying to get a leg up on, the proactiveness of this. Obviously, I don't usually know about it until I can start to see some of the tea leaves in my manifest, and then I'm able to, where it's feasible, share, some dynamics of the charters like I'm doing right now. But the Walmart and Home Depot one were, definitely out there in the public, where the COOs and CFOs definitely want the shareholders to know that Walmart and Home Depot are getting ahead of the curve and using charters. And I think it actually said something about to support the third and fourth quarter. So whether we see more charters from Home Depot and Walmart, the guess from my perspective is probably in the affirmative, that we'll have us, see a continuation of those charters ongoing. And I think the charters are just a really super idea. My only concern, as a personal opinion, is if we go back to my earlier comments and we start to get into some arbitrage issues where all of a sudden the charters are being controlled at such a high daily cost. As you guys probably know, charters for the most part are fixed on a vessel at a cost per day. And what we don't want to see, because it's kind of really problematic and causing the ocean rate to increase, are those, $80, $90, and $100,000 a day type charters that we've heard some rumors of that exist out there. Anytime you start to see that, you're going to keep our ocean freight rates artificially high. And I contrast that to another good friend of mine that runs Value Edge Investor Service, a gentleman, Jay Mintzmeyer. Jay's a great, one of the top shipping analysts of our time. And he was sharing some information on one of the large Greek chartering companies that charters container ships, Danaos, stock symbol DAC. And we were talking about how they just basically signed a 4-year charter with, I believe it was PIL lines at $55,000 a day, which is amazing because it's a 4-year charter at such a high rate, which leads me to really the crux of where the intersection of all this kind of comes in. Now, I know what you guys are thinking, right? You hear it all the time. Well, Steve, this will all be over once the new builds come on, or this will be over once, CMA gets the new ships, or Maersk gets the new ships, or Evergreen gets the new ships, or Hyundai gets the new ships. Guys, I don't think so. I think that what we're seeing is the algos and the way that the ocean vendors are now acting and working through all their operations. I think the new ships will be super fuel efficient. I think there'll be the ability to do fast steaming, obviously slow steaming, the ability to do really wonderful things and to take on the right amount of cargo. These vessels are obviously 15, 20, 22K TEUs, some of the biggest and baddest ships that we have out there in terms of capacity. But can we count on them being filled? No, not at all. I think the way that to control the price from the ocean vendor perspective, unfortunately for the shipper side, is to continue to work capacity very algorithmically. And the ocean vendors have just done a fantastic job. So I think the moral of the story on charters is, why not more charters, at the smaller sized level where these charters can operate pretty fast and nimbly. And, is it a mistake that the carriers have taken their newfound riches and reinvested in, large ships coming on in 2022, the end of 2022, and the beginning of 2023 at the earliest? Could be a mistake. We'll see how well they manage that. But as my good friend John Monroe has recently said, with charters, kind of who needs carriers? And I think we're in the infancy, just like I do on my advertising idea. I think the charters are a great start. I think it's just what we needed to shake things up. I think it's great to privatize the supply chain, and I'm a big fan. But let's see what happens with the new builds, because right now we're enjoying a lot of prosperity. Zimlines has just said that the next half of 2021 is going to be better than the first half. And Zim just blew away their earnings, and they even revised their guidance. They supercharged their guidance. So this is a fascinating business to be in, and I thank you for listening to our segment so far, Navigate B2B. Now I'm going to end with a new segment I call Container Overboard, and the segment is designed to give you my editorial or personal opinion on stories, breaking stories or existing stories within the ocean freight industry. And so I my first take on the segment of Container Overboard is I'd like to share my thoughts on the MCS Industries case against MSC and Costco. This is a case where a medium-sized importer, MCS Industries in Pennsylvania, filed a Federal Maritime Commission docket against MSC, Mediterranean Shipping, and Costco for the collusion of not honoring their space allocations on their ocean freight service contract. One of the things that I find in my practice is I've actually been an expert witness at the FMC level of 4 or 5 different cases. And while I think that it's noble that MCS has filed this action, in some ways I believe it's more ornamental than anything. I don't believe that first off, the FMC at the earliest probably would not decide on this case. It's been published for a year and a half, 2 years, and that could even linger on to 2.5 years. So, the case is so complex, and it takes into consideration so many ocean freight practices that have pre-existed. It really is, I think, a noble attempt to get some traction and some eyeballs on the case of ocean freight industry where we are now. Nobody could have ever forecasted where we would be today based on this very strange virus called COVID. And to rebound from COVID, the industry has shown great resilience, obviously a great new strength of practice. Many importers are still doing fairly well, especially the high-end commodity. You don't see any other kind of action or class action or suits being processed at the FMC other than this one placeholder docket. So again, as noble as the MCS action is against MSC and Costco, I don't believe that the FMC will have a positive ruling for MCS in this particular case. And I believe that the industry will basically just self-police itself as we go through the process of growing the ocean freight industry for the next 5 years. If you like what you've heard, please write back to me on Steve Nostradamus, and I'll have that set up as an email. I always enjoy my hot takes and our breaking stories for all my new friends and followers at Navigate B2B. Thank you so much for all the time and energy that you've put into watching the show, and I'll be back for a new show with Randy Gibbons, Senior Vice President of Jefferies, next week. Thank you.
Make sure you don't miss the demo for Lean Solutions Group on efficiency and how we're augmenting the workforce through automation for the transportation and logistics industry.
You may wonder what separates ArcBest from other companies.
It's not just what we deliver.
It's what we build along the way.
We build relationships.
where the focus is always the customer.
Together, we can build a partnership. That makes it easy for you to do your job.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome to ArcBest.
Speed, agility, efficiency. It's who we've always been and what defines us as we race ahead, adapting to a changing world. Today, we're setting the standard, creating the industry's first end-to-end supply chain technology platform. As new innovations move us forward, it's our people and the exceptional service they provide that sets us apart. Together, we outpace the competition and deliver results, providing high-tech, high-touch solutions that transform our clients' businesses. We outsmart and outwit every challenge with the experience to see what's on the horizon and the momentum to create what's next. We are bold. We are relentless. We are visionary. And the impact we have on our clients and across our industry will change everything. We are Trans Impact.
Reliance Partners was built by people who have a deep understanding of the trucking and freight broker industries. You already have plenty of obstacles along the road. Insurance doesn't need to be one of them. Reliance Partners. Focus on your destination. Let us watch your back. Visit ReliancePartners.com to get a quote today.
If you want to learn more about Lean Solutions Group and how we're helping companies in the transportation space augment their workforce, feel free to visit us at leangroup.com for more information.
Hello, welcome to another session of the Cold Chain Summit, where we're talking with industry experts about the latest developments in transport, distribution, and storage of temperature-sensitive products. My name is Eric Kulish. I'm the air cargo editor at FreightWaves. And today, my guest is Donald Harrison, head of global key accounts for airlines and pharma for Envirotainer, a manufacturer and lessor of temperature-controlled containers for air transport. Welcome to the Cold Chain Summit, Donald.
Hi, Eric. How are you? You can call me Don if you'd like.
Don, okay, great. I'm good. I'm on the road here, actually, in Ashburn, Virginia, so doing this remotely. But thanks for joining the show. I believe you're up in Chicago, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Happy to do it. I look forward to the time when I can be on the road again too. So that's great. It gives me hope.
Yeah, I'd like to find out more about a new Envirotainer product that I'm seeing several airlines adopting. But maybe you could first give us a sense of, kind of the evolution of how coolers for air transport have evolved over the years to today's more active and refrigerated, sophisticated units, and then we'll get into some of that other stuff.
Sure. Yeah, Envirotainer's been around for over 30 years. We were sort of the pioneers in temperature-controlled transport in ULDs. ULDs being unit load devices or containers that go on aircraft. And we started out with dry ice containers. And shortly after that, we morphed into what is today known as an active container, where it has the ability to fully heat and cool. We provide leasing services to our airline and freight forwarder partners around the world. So that's what we do today. And then you mentioned a little bit about the Rely family of containers. That's what's coming up next.
Yeah, I want to talk about that in a minute. So let's just go back and unpack that a little bit. So, so the original containers, dry ice, there was a lot of talk about dry ice last year, leading up to the COVID vaccine distribution worldwide. So just tell me a little bit about how those types of passive dry ice containers work, how long they're effective for, and then, what are the advantages of a passive one like that versus these more battery powered or active ones where you can kind of maybe remotely control the temperature or whatever. So,
Sure. So I think the beauty of an Envirotainer type of container is that although they do have some time limiting factors, the way we work with our airline and freight forwarder partners, it allows you to have almost indefinite control because you can change batteries, you can re-ice containers as needed in order to improve the autonomy of that particular unit. The dry ice units did come up quite a bit as COVID started to take off and the vaccines came around because of the low temperatures that needed to be transported. Um, but they've been around for a long time, and they're actually quite simple. It's dry ice and D-cell batteries like you'd use in your flashlight, and a fan that circulates air. So it's a fairly simple container to utilize, and that's why many customers still use it even today. It's still probably half of our business, I would say.
so why would someone go to one of these more active or refrigerated versions?
Sure. There's a lot of different reasons. It could be quality requirements. It could be complexity of trade lane. It could be value of product. Um, it could just be to have that little bit of extra insurance in autonomy or insulating capabilities across the board. There's a lot of different reasons why someone would move in that direction. Typically, we see highest value biologics moving in those active type containers.
Right. So, does Envirotainer are your products used for products besides pharmaceuticals?
They can be. We do have some different types, composites, different types of chemicals that require temperature control. Obviously, pharmaceuticals themselves, finished goods, but also active pharmaceutical ingredients and some of the components that make up the pharmaceuticals themselves. We've transported all kinds of different things that require temperature maintenance.
What it's interesting. You said these active ones can be heated or up the temperature. Who uses that? What kind of circumstance or application would those be used in?
So typically, you're going to see high value pharmaceuticals being transported in a unit that both heats and cools. So regardless of origin and destination, so you could be shipping from Chicago in the winter to Dubai in the summer. Um, you have the capability to withstand all of those ambient temperatures because of the heating and cooling capability. So that's why you would use a unit like that.
Right. So you got to keep it within a range. It might get too cold in a certain area. You don't. So then you got to kind of heat it back up to get it within the appropriate range. So that's interesting. So, okay, so we've kind of discussed a little bit of the history or some of how these products have evolved and what they can do. So, yeah, tell us about this this Rely that Envirotainer is out with. I see several airlines have approved its use in their networks. How does it work? How is this another step ahead from the other technology you were describing?
Sure. So, Envirotainer's history of sort of leading the industry, we developed our E1 container, which was the first active and heating and cooling unit. Then we came out with a much larger unit, the RAP container, which allowed us to ship 4 pallets or 5 pallets at a time. Um, that was quite a few years ago. And we've been talking to our customers about, okay, what do you need? What do you really need in a new active container? And they came to us with a lot of different ideas and suggestions. But industry leading autonomy was necessary. Um, integrated shipment monitoring, so the ability to track, not only its location, but temperature, performance of the container itself. So there were a lot of things that we did in interviews with pharmaceutical companies, with airlines, with freight forwarders to identify the needs and then create the Rely family of containers. The first one being the RLP container, which is a €3 pallet solution that we brought to market just recently. And you're right, there's about 20 airlines now who have approved the Rely RLP container. to be able to carry it. And then we're working very closely with their pharmaceutical customers to qualify that product as well.
Right. So the advantages are it's got some better tracking and what's the autonomy component? How does that help with autonomy? What do you mean by that exactly?
So when I speak to autonomy, what I'm talking to is the amount of time the unit can operate without any intervention, right? So it has industry-leading autonomy. It's some of the most autonomous containers that we've ever seen. We're talking about in some cases up to a week without having to plug it in or charge it or make any adjustments to the unit. So quite significant.
So what does that mean? So is it in use yet? What does that mean when an airline's accepted it? And then does that necessarily mean they're leasing it? Or it's just basically kind of approved for their system? What's the next step? How do and then talk about, after that, the mechanics of how an airline leases or uses these units and brings them into their station network.
Right. So with every aircraft ULD, they have to go through a technical approval that's governed by the regulatory bodies, the FAA, EASA, could be Transport Canada. It depends on where that airline is registered and where they operate. So we provide those airlines with all of the necessary technical documents to go through their operator approval. Once they've completed their operator approval and they can actually load it on an airplane, you still have training and you have procedures development and you have marketing and commercial and all the other aspects that go along with transporting the unit. So when they've approved it, that means that they've not only approved it technically, but they can bring it to market through a leasing process via Envirotainer. So to answer sort of your second question, how do we do it? We have a grouping of stations around the world where containers are available. They place orders through our online portal. We then either deliver or they pick up the containers from our facility, and then they distribute it to their freight forwarder or their pharmaceutical shipper customer in order to move that product from point A to point B. And then at the end, they bring it back to us.
Right. And how long could those leases be generally? Do they take them for a one-time use? Do they rent them for a month, a year?
Right. Typically, it's a one-time use. Typically, you see somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 to 12 days. It just depends on the trade lane and the complexity. We do have longer packages as well, upwards of a month as a standard. We do quite a bit of customization as well as the customer's needs dictate. Typically, we don't see longer-term multi-use leases because there is a level of quality that we're required to maintain because of the value of the pharmaceuticals inside. Every time a trip is taken, the unit comes back to us and we do the necessary inspections, repairs to ensure that we're at that highest level of quality possible.
What are the logistics, or who manages the returns and process and that kind of reverse logistics process to make sure you get them back or they're spread out where they're needed? Is that left to the airlines to do, or do you do some kind of asset management?
Sure. So first and foremost, I guess we're sort of a technology company. We manufacture containers, right? The second thing we do is we're a logistics company in that we have to make sure that our units are in the right place at the right time to meet order demand. It's done. We have a global logistics department. It's an entire department of people who are dedicated to playing the chess game and moving those units around the world, right? And it's done in multiple ways. It's done through network leases, which means you pick it up at point A and return it at point B, and then we have demand to bring that unit back. It's also done through support from our airline partners, utilizing empty capacity. It's done via ocean freight. It's done via road feeder service. But all that's managed by our global logistics planners and our global logistics department.
So sometimes there's a round trip component or there's a backhaul that gets them back. But if not, then sometimes you're putting them on planes where there's extra capacity, sometimes putting them on ocean vessels, sometimes putting them on trucks.
Sure. Just depends on the need and the complexity of the trade lane. It's a little bit different for every single shipment, but from a market standpoint, we have the largest number of network lease options available for any active packaging supplier. So you can get pretty much anywhere in the world on a network lease and just leave it there in most cases.
Yeah. Let's talk briefly about some of the macro issues going on. When we refer to the COVID vaccines out there, where do you see that that migration or development of, it's only been 7 months basically since, they hit the market and the air cargo industry, was out there helping to get them out. Initially, I think a lot of the vaccines were distributed locally in the US and Europe, so there was a lot of road transport. But are you seeing more exports and more of these vaccines now being shipped internationally cross border, more pickup in volume by air, and how do you see that playing out in the next year or so?
Yeah, for sure. I think you're right. I think domestically in the US and then to some extent in Europe as well, a lot of road feeder surface, a lot of own market manufacturing for own market distribution. But we've transported since probably the beginning of this year around 450 million doses of COVID vaccine in our containers together with our airline partners. I would say that air freight is going to continue to provide the majority of the global transportation for COVID vaccines, COVID treatments, everything related to COVID testing and diagnostic kits. But that's happening all around the world, and now as other countries start to receive donations from places like Europe and the United States, we're transporting that as well from the U.S. to Latin America to some of the the smaller markets throughout the world who really need it.
Are you seeing any bottlenecks or supply chain issues with this so far? There was a lot of Y2K fears, so to speak, with how the vaccines would be distributed, and if there would be problems, especially in the air supply chain. How is that playing out so far?
I think my opinion is it wasn't as bad as everyone thought it would be. I certainly think there were some logistical challenges initially with understanding how would this be distributed, how quickly would it need to be distributed. I think one of the other challenges from an air freight perspective was the number of flights and capacity was pulled back earlier in the year because of COVID. People not traveling, so now you don't have aircraft capacity to move that product. But airlines globally seem to have responded really, really well for the need for capacity, and they've done things like passenger freighters and full freighter aircraft in order to make up the difference. So I think the biggest challenge that we faced is ensuring that there's very clear and open communication, especially on some of the more complex trade lanes that exist out there between all the logistics service providers, the airlines, the freight forwarders, the packaging suppliers, and the shippers themselves. That's been extremely critical because it's not a simple game to play, but if you communicate well, which I think everyone has been doing quite well, it's gone as well as it can be expected, in my opinion.
Great. Well, listen, Don, really fascinating stuff. Really interesting how Envirotainer plays in that space. Thank you for giving us a briefing and lesson in cold chain technology in the air cargo sector, and we learned a little bit about the COVID vaccine. So fascinating discussion. We appreciate your time and hope to stay in touch with Envirotainer in the future.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity, and look forward to speaking to you again.
All right.
to Truck It. I'm Dooner here with Michael Vincent the Dude, and we are the smiling faces on your TV.
That's exactly right. Good Monday afternoon from the steam bath of the South, Freight Alley.
Dude, CM Punk is back in AEW. A lot of you probably not wrestling fans. I am, though.
Okay.
Sold, here's a little retail, though,
All
tied
right.
in supply chain. AEW sold the most T-shirts, the most wrestling T-shirts ever in their history with that re-debut of CM Punk.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, and then Spotify hooked me up. My Discover Weekly was Cult of Personality by Living Color when I woke up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Hey, we had
love
some
it. I
really
love it.
bad weather out here. Thoughts with everybody in Tennessee who was
Yeah.
impacted by this. We just learned 22 people, and they're still looking for more. 22 people
dozens missing still, yeah.
were washed away in these floodwaters. And, here in Chattanooga, it rains a ton. We get a ton of rain. Now, we weren't really impacted by this storm. It was a little humid, a little wet. Other parts of Tennessee where the record for rainfall in Tennessee fell. It was like 17 3/4 inches. And if you see where some of these vehicles ended up, these floodwaters were obviously devastating. You're seeing cars filled with rocks in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, it's like 40 miles west of Nashville out in that area. 17 3/4 in less than 24 hours.
Yeah.
Like 25% of the annual rainfall happened in one day.
Yeah, so everyone up in the Northeast, where isn't being impacted by weather right now? So everybody's been impacted. We feel for you. Kickoff of the Halloween season started this weekend too. Spirit Halloween.